Portable hot wand. So far, monster scientists have discovered at least 3 uses for the portable hot wand. Straightening hair or fur. Oh, it's a curling flat straightener. Ironing our formal collars. Kind of look like tons. And toasting small sandwiches. Oh, I haven't seen that before. We recommend cleaning as much melted cheese as possible off the wand before swapping to the other uses. That's definitely a straightening iron thing. Interesting. Making sandwiches. Sounds like a TikTok hack. Fountain soda. Oh man. Fuel edition. Much like humans, each mode of human transportation has its own soda preference. The options at this particular dispenser are from left to right: leaded, unleaded, diesel, and blue raspberry. What the heck is blue raspberry? Is that like premium or something? Or methanol? Hmm. Yeah. What the heck is that? Mini dinner. The mini dinner was a key part of a human game called a cocktail party. At a cocktail party, a squad of butlers would circulate the arena carrying platters of mini dinners. Attacking players, guests, try to steal these without being deemed gauche? Gouche? Hold up. What's this word? Uh, lacking ease or grace. Interesting. Gosh. Whoever possessed the most mini dinners by the end of the party was declared the winner. Fair enough. Fair enough. Where's the TP spot? Just see where I'm heading here. Right over there. There's the mailbox. Nice. Alright. Alright. Well. Okay. Alright, so we are figuring out this no man deal. Hmm. Rip. Oh boy. Uh Hmm. Oh, what happens when I hit? Oh, okay, so they're sectioned. Oh. Uh, hmm. Hmm. And deal. Yeah, won't be able to get up. Where's my access point on this? All right. Um, repurpose this. Alright, let's just take this as the access point. Oh, wait. I can repurpose that if I don't use it as an access point. Require hard to enter from the right or the left. Okay. What is that? Oops. To get on this side. No, this actually help with that. Monka? Okay. Everything just seems like everything seems like it's just one move off or one push volume. How is this one? Hey Gore, what's up? Doing alright. How have you been? How's Total War treating you? Which one are these? These two? I think this is an access point. See if I can repurpose this. This does stop this, but that doesn't make use of. I need to access it from the top. Sideways. Having fun, just finished first campaign with... That sounds great. Tedious, huh? You say? Let's see if I can find new access points that can be useful. Perhaps not this one. Maybe this one's supposed to go up. Nope. Can't see a way to move that up. Moving down? Nope. I am Guardian Druids. It's, yeah. Yep. That'll take a while, for sure. I remember those days. Or a holy priest versus a Resto Pally. Or, I guess they're not called Resto, but a Pally versus Holy Priest. Somehow the support ends up living, and it's just two supports trying to slap each other to death. Wet noodle fight. Run around, slap each other a couple more times. They heal up. Can't do more than their healing. Feels bad, man. All right. Let's think. I do feel like this has got to be the access point. Okay. So we can liberate this by doing this. Slog, yeah. That is certainly a word. No. It rotates onto here, but I can't get it back. Tell you about this game? It's a Sokoban game. You push things to solve puzzles. And you explore the game by solving islands. Yeah, it stutters when it's zoomed out, but give you an idea what happens after 4 days, I guess. And the idea is to it has I want to say it has like 5 to 6. Okay, we're gonna say 6 fundamental objects, and those objects have interactions. And your idea is you're a monster that explores exhibits of human life from a monster's perspective. It's the deadpan humor that's involved. So for example, you're supposed to discover these exhibits here, and they have plaques on them. And also there are snowmen hidden around the area, and they require ingenuity involved in the interaction of 5 fundamental blocks. You can only push, you can't lift or anything. You can only push. Like for example, this clearly gas station pump is referred to as a fountain soda. And they describe that even the human transportation has their own soda preferences. I'm not British or maybe possibly even European, so I don't really know what the blue raspberry flavor of fuel or petro is. I'm gonna say it's like methanol or something. That there's lead, unleaded diesel, and blue raspberry. Have no idea what the blue raspberry one is. It's not really a American thing, so no idea what that is. But it's filled with deadpan humor, which I enjoy. We're at like kind of the further end of the game, so things are all right. I got it. Okay, so this is the access point. I don't know how to create this access though. Yeah, Sokoban is a 1981 game. It was a Japanese game, and it involves just the concept of pushing things, and well, it's a fuel thing. I don't think it's particularly involved. Well, you don't drive? Oh wait, you don't own a car? I mean, I honestly I don't know what color that is. There are four options in the United States. The United States is like unleaded. We do like regular, premium, and plus, but I don't think those are the colors. So I'm not sure what those colors are. This is a British reference game, so like most of the places that they use are in Great Britain. So I imagine this is a British thing, is how I'm taking it. A few of the deadpan humor has British locations, almost exclusively British locations. The only way I know that they're British location is they're kind of popular places outside of Great Britain. So, you know, if you're watching up movies and TV shows, you come across them. Some of the occasionally there's like a British reference that I have no idea what that is, and that could be one of them. The blue raspberry. I have no idea. It might be like some eco-friendly fuel alternative that I'm not aware of. I don't know. It could be an American thing. I guess I don't know enough about cars either. Or at least fuel sources. I don't know enough about fuel sources. Yeah, I'm trying to suggest that it's not about knowing about cars, it's about using a car. The fuel source isn't necessarily a car thing, it's an energy thing. So one that visits a gas station or petrol station is often a necessity for individuals depending on their living environment. I'm not entirely sure if that has any relevance to being interested in cars. It's just a maintenance thing. With that said, I'm using the same phrasing because I don't concern myself with vehicles. I don't drive very often. I might drive like once a year. Or the last past years, I only drive a couple times. So I haven't been to a gas station in a very long while, so I have no idea what the edgy thing is at the moment. I don't even know why I pay to insure my car the last 3.5 years. I drove it once this year so far. Car insurance. I reckon that doesn't come standard in... I reckon there aren't countries that have universal car insurance. I know, you know, one constantly stereotype about the health insurance department, but I doubt universal... I doubt automobile insurance is a standard in other countries without like paying for it. As far as I know, there are countries you don't have to insure your cars. In the United States, it's actually a law to insure your vehicle as an operator. That is not true for at least one country that I have been to, unless the laws have changed. Probably highly encouraged. I can't get on you. Let's see. That's another way to get on you. Another interact. Can I do a slide interaction? Wait. No. That's the same net. Wait. That's not the same net change. Oh, no, that's the same net change. We're still... Hmm. 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 This is the life of a puzzler. How do I get... Oh, actually... Yeah. We can get a slide on here. So, let's do a slide. Oh. But how do I get over there to do this? Okay. I don't. Oh no. I guess we have to do them in order. Oh well. Can I get around without... Alright, long way around it is. Time to... Run, Forrest, run! Okay. Whoops. Son of a... No. That's still not sufficient. Yeah, take care. Enjoy your weekend. About the other way. Slide it down here. No, I can't push from that. Huh. I think I can borrow that log down. Yeah, I don't think that was required, unless... No, yeah. I don't think that's required, after all. Okay. I kind of want... Alright, it goes Yeah, that's fine. There's just a different way. Right? Like you can get that. How do you... No. Any direction. Just... It'd be vertical. It's because this tree is offset by one grid. I was kind of hoping to slide it. No. I mean, even though I were to do that tech, it would not work. How do I get on here? Purpose. Yeah, the other stuff I can't. So like this is okay. I can't push. They both can be, because when we hit this vertical, we slide down, doesn't. If we slide over, it's possible. But how could I get this log next to it without locking it in place? No. Orientation doesn't. I would push it from the side. Drop down. Same deal. Even white can access. Get up there? Oh, but I can. Hold up. That is possible. Oh, wait. Can I push after? Yeah, I can. Ooh. So I know how to do that without... Now, how do I repurpose this to get up? Oh wait. Free that. Oops. How I can get this over? Possibly. Rip. Tried this before. I keep finding myself one access point short. Uh, we could wait. I'm thinking about maybe. Oh. No, that wouldn't produce the platform. It's definitely here. This is the beginning, but this. Oh wait. No. There's an order of operation. Doing prop. It just rotates. That takes me further away from... I have a goal to reach, but well, this guy's already down. I do want the dude to go back up. Oh. So now I want... Okay, so we liberated that one. Now how do we get this guy? Alright, there we go. Right? Oh, thank goodness. Alright. Okay, so we go all the way over here. All the way over here. We pop this guy down. Alright. Let's see. All the way. Oh! Okay, all the way. Dang you, game! Oh my gosh, game, please. It's like the walk of shame every time. Alright. Trucking along, trucking along. Okay. Alright. So I do feel like this is where the thing is, and then now we're here. Hmm. Hmm. Could see myself planting that. We got it. We got it. No, we didn't get it. Wait, oh. Yeah, we got it. Well, I forgot to shove this to the right, left. Alright, cool. Man, that top left one was Hug. Aw. One more time. Okay. Neat. Alright. Well, that was nice. We can go look at so we can spot any more friends. I don't want to leave it like that. Friends. I guess. Okay. There's an exhibit there. There's also something. Let's go down here. Hmm. Hmm. That is so sus. Huh. Go. Uh, no. Hmm. So early on. But okay. Well, this gets me across, right? So neat. I have two options. One of them. Anka? Old. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't want to use. Oh, maybe it's the other way. Uh, okay. Emergency cheese sandwich? What the heck? Inscription reads, in case of emergency, please break glass to release cheese sandwich. Breaking glass will activate sandwich alarm. Penalty for misuse of emergency cheese sandwich. $3.50. That's pretty generous. Pulling a fire alarm, at least in the United States, it's like 1,000. Like it's a much more expensive fine when it comes to fire. Oh yeah, we have snowman. The snowman. Hmm. Snowman. Man, where can I liberate? May I liberate a log? Wait, what's down here? Hmm, that's a little too far. One log. The way I could. Perhaps it. Perhaps it's my method on how to. would be in the correct orientation. So I don't know if I can get it to turn. Oh. Hmm. No, I don't. Definitely not coming from this side. It? Neither. Standing position. Hmm. There's a log there, but not enough. Oh, there is something over there. Hold up. I can't see. Is it possible to... Uh... No, kind of. Wait, how do I even get to that island? Oh, here. No, that's gonna block the way. We can't do it that way. We can't bridge that. Okay. Hmm. Need to create... I can't think of a way to create a raft there. I can't even... I can't even see where I could get a log. Hmm. Maybe this... Oh. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, it's one of these islands. I don't see a rafting point, so... Hmm. Where did this log go? Oh. Hmm. The only... Really just this one? It's probably just this one. Hold up. Mate. Oh no, I can't. No, I can't even roll into this. Oh wait. Uh... Well, that turned out a little bit more complicated than I imagined. Uh... Yeah. Oh, I cannot. Okay, so I can't ever wait. No, I can't liberate. And oh no, no, I can't because of the. Trying to. Can't free that tree even when I want. Yeah, I can't. So it's not that. Maybe not this. Hmm. There's like there's something there. Yeah. Or is it empty? Can't tell. There's definitely an island to the north. I think there's anything there. Hmm. Can't access that way. It's the simpler ones that are. It's the scavenging that is the straight up scavenging that's difficult. Um. Okay, we could try for whatever this island is. Do we see anything? Because there is that. Maybe I just need to be more efficient here. I doubt it, but there's an entrance from. What the heck? What the heck? How did. What? Excuse me? Oh. Hmm. Dang it, it's not for the thing. It's not for the thing I'm looking for. All right, that's fine. Things are fine. They're not fine. Oh, man. Oh. No. Just kidding. Uh, what the? Huh. I already did this. I think I up. No, I didn't. See, does this even go? Hmm. Oh, that's awkward. I can't use the efficient solution. That's okay, I'll take it. Son of a... I'll be back. Don't like that one bit. No, sir. What the... We're thinking platform. Hmm. What incarnation? That's some long range rolling. Unintersecting. Stop waving. Hmm. 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 Human bicycle? An interesting evolution of the human mobile laundry rack saw the device become a mode of transportation in its own right. Without layers of wet clothing flapping in the generated breeze, humans found they could zoom hither and yawn with ease. Human bicycle. I don't see how it looks like. Huh. Maybe human is just a modifier for bicycle as opposed to looking. Oh my. Alright. Alright. What is the deal here? How do we... This one? Hmm. Where did that log end up? Can't push it. Oh. Hmm. No. Hmm. That's a negative on that one. Not this one. Bath in a can. Wait. What? True baths are warm puddles in which humans marinated, simmering gently for up to an hour, or until they smelt fresh. Bath in a can offered a shortcut whereby the human spritzed themselves liberally with perfume, using the faux fresh smell to conceal. Oh, what? Alright, alright. That's how kids back then used Axe body spray. Deep cut. Okay. Does this island even give me any... Son of a... Oh. Just kidding. What if... No. I guess some of these islands liberate some paths. Yeah. What in tarnation? Uh. Thought it was gonna connect to the left too at the same time. That was awfully dissatisfying. What about whatever this thing is? Do it this way? I doubt it, but... yeah, that ain't it. Or is it? Darn you! Darn you and your physics! Okay. This is fine. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. You know what I think about that? You know what I think about that? This is what I have to say to that. Darn you! Alright. Oh my freak! Do it the other way. Don't mind me. We're just getting some exercise here. Fine. Oh, I forgot. It should be. Oh my gosh, I wanna. Dang it. I just wanna raft things. I want to raft things. Alright. Probably this one. We'll try the... oh no, oh no, that island only has... what the heck? Wait. No. No. Can't get that over. Hmm. Okay, so I want... Wait. Could I have... Hold up. That does work, but I don't know how I would push off. Okay, that's out of the question. But how would I get it to sit there in this orientation? The answer is I don't! Yeah, I don't know. Oh, this one. Or doesn't feel like it's... Hmm. Rip. Oh, wait. Wait. I could have a different access point. Like a RAF access point, too. Um... Oh. What's over here? Honestly? Probably not. Huh. Interesting. No, I have no way of pushing it. Oh. Hey. Hmm. 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 Just don't. Huh. Capitalize. Yes. I hate you, tree. It's more like tree abuse. I don't know, man. I am getting. I am not processing these multi. I am not processing these things very quickly. It's getting to the nitty-gritty now. Alright, let's see if we can alleviate ourselves here. Rafting points are going to be a problem. I don't intuitively think of rafting points at the moment. That's a really big problem. You totally didn't find a T word so that you can do the alliteration? Right. I believe you. Why didn't you start with tubular, you know? Tubular Tuesdays, you know? You know? Is tabularize a is it the word of the day? What the heck is with this thing? I don't even understand this. Do I understand this? I don't understand this. Tabularize? No. Does it look like I like to tabularize things? I'll show you some tabularize. This reached the same thing too. I mean, I gathered that's what it meant. I gathered. I don't understand. Are there tabs in this? Wait, I'm not getting it. Wait. It be used on this island? No. What incarnation is... Wait. Can I use it as an interaction point? Oh. Oh. Order. Order matters. Got it. Right. This is the platform creation one. So we want to create... Or we want to like create a place to push from the other side. A pega? What incarnate? Can I break down the rock? No, you silly goose. This is a Sokoban game. You can only push. You have to visualize everything in a pushing motion. That's the only valid action this backpacking dude can do. Pushing is the well, I don't know if you can break a rock by pushing it, but oops. I'm trying to create a platform behind the tree or to the left, but it was in the wrong orientation when I tried it, so or it wasn't the orientation that I required. How do I trying to see how I swap its orientation without running it into the ocean prematurely. I don't want to come back around. No, I can't. I can't loop back around. That's not a thing. So I have 2 access points. I can use this to stop this, right? But I don't know where I go from this. So, and then I have this, which produces the not. Oh, there. No, that. Never mind. That leads me back to that orientation. And we have this one. Which then leads me back to that same orientation. Perhaps... Nope. Definitely want... No. Not missing a log. Or... No, not missing a log. This one, you know, not missing a log. No. Not missing a log. I cannot transport another log here. There is so rafting points are generally a potentially problematic thing because I can't see where the rafting point is. Which you could do the rare transport a log across in a raft, but that's super rare. Like it's very, very rare to have a double raft on the left to transport a log onto this island. Now there is a chance the island down there is accessed via a raft. We can check that. I don't know if that's it. No. Like you can't. Like I don't see a log source, so there isn't anything to try. That's the problem. Like there isn't a log to liberate. Oh, and rafts can only go horizontal. I mean, yeah, there just isn't a log to liberate. So unless, let's see, if you bounce off that, there's no rock formation to get over here either. You can't raft over here from here. You can only push on the rafts, so they only go in one direction across. So it's an interaction I'm not suspecting. Maybe it's a... Yeah. I mean, oops. This will only create a position here, which we do. I think a permute. Takes me back. Wait. Alright, we got it. Okay. Alright. I didn't use the stump. I forgot to use the stump here. I checked these interaction points, but I didn't use the stump yet. Hmm. Hmm. I'll leave it there for now. Okay. Oh. That was a solution. What was I doing? Oh, no. Just kidding. That's why I didn't do that. Let's stop it here. Then I'm kind of stuck. My event goal? What's my event goal? Oh, that? Things are dead in SR, so I stopped. I don't know. This might actually be the end, or I might actually have to lower the criteria. Yeah, they're still continuing to tune the things. Now it's just like you have to now you have to wait it out because retries are not a thing anymore because of the way the botting situation happens. It's the 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 loyalty chess events that are mandatory now. The layouts, you need to reset 3 times, and I can't be bothered to do that. It's actually really annoying. So I haven't really done it. Yeah, because of the bots are scripted in a way that they don't encounter loyalty chests. So what happens is you have to do a triple reset every time you hit a loyalty chest. But at the same time, the loyalty chest still can fail, which means you have to wait an hour for the retry tokens. And then it can still fail because of no like single participant scaling. So it would literally mean waiting 2 to 3 hours, and I can't do that. That's a ridiculous expectation. It's a failure on their part, in my opinion. This problem has persisted for quite a long time now, so it's not like it's anything new. So I've been on and off, I guess. I try in the evening to get a little bit in the evening. but I can't do it in like one go. It's kind of weird, but it's like an unusual time gate. It's an unintentional time gate, but time gates for this game will kill this game, kill the rest of it anyways. Yeah. I don't think the future is so dim. Yeah, but my concern is that the future is closing. Like it's hard to avoid seeing like 90% dropout. Like now, like it's not, you know, like there's no aspect of it growing or anything like that. It's interesting. Not only is it not just stagnating, it's receding. I don't know. Maybe a few more updates, whatever they may be, and then we might close the door on that one. It's no Neverwinter, that's for sure. I'm not sure if it's a thought. It's just statistically, it's an observation. I don't have a thought about it. My thought though is to stop and like fill in the gap with something different. My observation is that it's receding. Just to clarify, I guess. It's difficult to do this while forming. On the flip side, you know, I'm just playing Battlegrounds now, so that's fine. Although Battleground is very limited. Like, it's not limited in the sense that there's no possibilities. It's limited in the idea that I don't know how long the seasons are and how frequent the stuff rotates. Without frequent rotations in a PvP thing, I tend to MMR like is only a band-aid for me. I no longer really get that much of a kick out of MMR collecting as much as I do novelty. So what happens with Battlegrounds is it's less so than Constructed, which is great because every time I have to do a daily or Constructed, it's not playing against an opponent. It's just playing against efficiency. So whenever you play, it's like, you know, there's an opening and I'm like, chances are there are 2 or 3 possible other openings. If it's one of the 2 worst ones, concede. That's kind of how Constructed works because of the way I work probability in games. Thankfully for Battlegrounds, there's more generation possibilities. However, because of the tuning in the current rotation, you get some fun games and then you get reminded that, you know, capping is a thing. There's a lot of capping with mechanics. Mechanics are not treated equal, obviously, because they behave differently. And the current balance of mechanics is running dry, like the permutations are running dry. So there's the option of winning, playing to win, and then there's an option of playing for fun. And neither is introducing new mechanics. So it's getting a little... But with that said, I played for 30 hours. That's more than what I could ever expect to be reasonable. That's like high value because there's zero input, right? Outside of your... Like, there's zero monetization input for 30 hours. That's amazing. Without, like, trying to diminish the value of it. The game mode is extremely valuable. Like, high returns on its balance. it's still a competitive game, or like a PvP mode, so it requires the season to end at some point. Are you talking about major updates or just rotations? It's like MTG. You have to do rotations at some point, but MTG's blocks are bigger. Magic the Gathering's rotate. It's like so minor updates are non-block associate updates. So both, either or is fine. Block rotations in Hearthstone tends to deal with block releases, and I'm using the word block is because that's what MTG uses, but I don't remember what like the next thing, the next like mini set, or I forgot what they call it in Hearthstone, but the next block update or the next rotation, not like a standard rotation. A standard rotation is a year change. Hearthstone calls it the years, as in like year of the year of the Hydra, year of the Serpent, or year that's a block change. But usually they do some rotations. They rotate minions and stuff. So I'm waiting for that, I guess. To test them out, I guess. The major changes are probably gonna hold me longer than the minor changes. But that's just competitive play in a nutshell, to be honest. There's no casual mode in Battlegrounds. It is the casual mode. Like the main mode is the casual mode. So you don't play with like workshop functionality or anything like that, where people break the rules. So new tribe editions or movements are yeah, just whatever. Something that changes the flow of motivation in the game. But no, like I keep up to date with the Hearthstone team's roadmap, so I'm aware of when the updates are. I know how long I have to wait. Because I play the other modes too, except for duel. Duel, no thanks. Duel is like kind of like it's 1v1 format for Battlegrounds. It's not as wonderful. I did try it though. I think it's still there. I'm pretty sure duel is still a mode next to Tavern Brawl and them. There are puzzles in Hearthstone. I didn't do them yet. Oh, dungeon runs. Dungeon runs. Oh yeah, I guess for SR. Hang on, it's really difficult for me to. Definitely a. Oops. Will I go? That doesn't. I need to. Oh, I can't show. Wait. No. Doesn't work. Do what? Get it down. Down, down, down. I need to turn the thing because I can't. I need leverage. Oh, that still doesn't work. Oh, okay. Okay. Hmm. Are those trains? Hmm. Are you talking about like the what? What dungeon mode are you talking about? The first one they released? I'm unaware of anything called a dungeon mode. Are you talking about the solo adventure thing? Like the adventure packs? Or the puzzles? There are a lot of under the solo adventure pack things that deal with runs. How you do runs of them. That's more like a speed thing, but so I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't know what you're talking about either. If you're talking about Hearthstone, if you're not talking about Hearthstone, I have no idea. And if you are talking about Hearthstone, I have no idea either. It was called Dungeon. It was a solo run. Came into call. Yeah, yeah. Those are adventure. They're adventure packs. I don't think they're originally called dungeons. They're called adventure packs. Like you can buy the adventure packs. Or I haven't ever referred to them as dungeon runs. At least that's how I see it. They're talking about the one-time adventure pack things. Yeah, they don't make those anymore, or at least they haven't. It's been a while since they've made the last one. Catacombs was one of them. Kazakhstan was one of them. Or not Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan. Kazazan? I don't remember their names. Kazakhstan is a country. Kazazan or something. Yeah, I you can buy them with gold, so I did all those adventures already. Yeah, there are a lot of X packs, but there aren't a lot of adventure packs because they stopped making them. Or they didn't stick with the schedule when they reformed what the release was. So there aren't a lot of those. The ones that you're talking about, catacombs and stuff. I think there are like 6. Expansions, like the standard rotations, like the large standard rotations, there are like 20 plus now, something like that. And then standard only rotates like 6 or 7. Or I think it's the last. Actually, I think it's the last 5. It's the block. like 5 blocks in a 5 blocks in a year. Battlegrounds have rotated some stuff out already because of the block releases. The solo adventure gets expansions based on theme nowadays, though. Like the hero stories are the last thing that people do. They're working on now. So instead of the adventure packs, like the adventure mode, like the new adventure stories, they do hero stories instead. Hmm. I want to create a platform. I'll probably end up playing some Battlegrounds after this. I want to keep this game to a specific time. How long has it been? Because after a while, I kind of run into a loop, and I want to break the loop. It's usually a little bit more efficient when I break the loop for a while, break the thinking cycle for a while. Have to be more invigorating. This one's interesting, for sure. What goes up? If they did a related theme or battleground corresponding to Shadowlands X-Spec, Shadowlands block is... Oh, are you talking about... Wait, which one was Shadowlands? I will have to look through the catalog again. It's been quite some time. Yeah, I don't even remember the cards in Shadowlands. Yeah, constructed. There's too much baggage in constructed, unfortunately. It's kind of why I fell out of MTG standard as well. Oh, you're talking about the expansion from Shadowlands. I see. So, I'm not sure if they've caught up to Shadowlands or like they're largely doing stuff that aren't recent and spinning it differently. I don't think they're on the same or was Shadowlands. No, Shadowland wasn't the recent. Dragonflight was the most recent one, right? And then Shadowlands was before Dragonflight? Okay. Or whatever it's called. It's Dragon something. I play too many Western RPGs that when the Year of the Dragon comes in, everyone like it's not a coincidence that most of them release dragon themed things at the same time. So I think it's called Dragonflight, but it could be something else. Like Neverwinter's D&D thing was called Dragon Slayers. And then there was another dragon thing that I was playing at the time. And just by coincidence, Dragon Dogma news was around the same time. Dragons are great. There aren't any dragons in Lord of the Rings Ring of Power though. Not yet, at least. Curious if dragons will come into play. Okay. It's difficult to do both these tasks at the same time. I'm locking in moves as I'm going in my head. Certainly a move. Here's what that... I didn't mean to do that. Wait. That gave me an inspiration. That works. Okay, it does work. Now how do I... How do I do that without... without having to sack a lot? Got it. Sometimes inspiration comes from the weirdest things, right? Goat or the ox? I don't know what year it... Yeah, I don't know what the year is now. Like the next year. It was the year of the Hydra, right? Or the serpent? It might have been the serpent. I don't know what the WoW calendar looks like. Oh no. We're not talking about the Chinese. Wait, it's the year of the tiger right now? Really? Oh. Was dragon not a year in Warcraft's calendar? I was pretty sure it was the... Yeah, I know. But I was talking about WoW. So I know you were making a detraction, but my initial comment, what I was gonna say was like, I'm talking about WoW's calendar year. The Chinese year doesn't, like, that's not relevant to World of Warcraft's years. But I didn't want to make that assumption, so I had to make sure that they didn't have a year of the tiger first. Because by coincidence, there's a chance that tiger is a year in Warcraft. Warcraft's year is dragon. That's why I said dragon. It has very little to do with the year of the dragon in Chinese. And that's why last year's X-Pact or the expansion or the block, they're called blocks in my opinion, but the blocks were dragon themed. So then when you are making a comment, it's about, only dragons get the attention. It's like, well, Warcraft has dragon years, the year of the dragon, and so does, but I don't think they have the other years. So we're talking in context as opposed to the Chinese New Year's things. But I didn't want to assume you were referring to those years, because I don't think they're themed after it though. Warcraft's years are themed after the lunar year stuff. They just go by different names. Like Hydra it's technically a combination of a serpent, and so like some games call it the year of the serpent as opposed to the year of the snake. Oh hey, no.
3
Nice.
months stacked in MAKU lands.
How's it going? Is work going all right? Enoch? A pressed car with space at a premium in some human... Oh, this is a junkyard reference. In some human cities, car collectors who had been forced to give up their garage space began pressing their cars instead. These flattened motors could then be stored in oversized photo albums. Nice. Oversized photo albums. Kind of reminds me of a Celica. Like a Toyota Celica. Although... Oh, it's probably a Yaris. Because we're talking about British humor. This is a British game. It only... it uses like pounds and British landmarks. Kind of reminds me of a... That's definitely really close to a Toyota. Since it's smashed, there is a chance. It's using the Celica headlights, so it kind of reminds me of a Yaris. Yaris is produced by Toyota for EU. The Yaris got discontinued, I think, largely in the United States because of its non-popularity, because Americans statistically buy larger vehicles. Busy, I see. I always try and then thanks, I appreciate it. Always busy, huh? I'm doing pretty alright. We've been playing this puzzle game for a while. I've been taking a little break from other types of gaming. So is this game relaxing? It's kind of relaxing, but it's also a very it's a very pondering game. Arguably already been a couple months. I know, right? The Stackland devs. Here's something about the Stackland devs, and I think this is it's more of a growing pains or understanding how the Steam community works. But Stacklands is first time dev, first time publisher, and they're publishing on a Steam platform. So when they got the new update, there was obviously threads raising the integration of new achievements for Stacklands, right? And the dev actually replied. The dev replied and said, oh, we didn't want to introduce and integrate new Steam achievements because it would ruin or it would take away other people's 100%. That is then responded by, the limited community that it has that it's trying to cultivate. And that was negated almost unanimously by the sentiment that when you integrate new Steam achievements, the ones that will come back for updates are typically the ones that align with expectations of new integrated achievements to guide, to communicate what the update intends. So not having recognition of revisiting and loyalty, that's something that they should strongly consider. And to this date, it's the island update happened a while ago. they still haven't implemented anything, but still hotfixed their update. So I personally think that they probably had diminished returns on the update, and I would agree with the sentiments. I think that's the case where the developers thought they knew better, but they did not own up to their short-sightedness, in my opinion. But maybe sometime down the line, I'll probably revisit the game at some point when more than just an island update happens, I guess. But that's a little like side note on that type of game. It's on that particular game. I like the game structure. I expect them to do a bigger take on it. They make a lot of games. Like, what I mean, they make a lot of games. Stackland is unique in that it has a community following, but they publish a ton of games. And this is the game that sticks, that stuck. And I don't think they're used to maintaining a community, unfortunately. So, not yet anyways. It's part of the growing pains of the game, of the publisher. But anyways, that's a side digression. I have been keeping my eyes on the update on that game though. I played a one-man game that I loved, and the dev likely destroyed it while his community warned him, and he said he didn't even care. Yeah, that's fair. It's their choice, you know. It's a criticism. It's a constructive criticism, but it is their choice to do with what they want with the it is certainly their choice, you know. But I hope they understand the sentiments, right? That I'm suggesting. It's not that they need to understand the Steam community. It's to know that you accept that there's no retention or coming back for a second wave update without incentivizing legacy. It is, but that's fair. I mean, that's also your choice too. I would not, personally, for me, I cannot empathize with that type of on principle decision making, but you are just like that developer. You have decided that your principle supersedes the merit of the product. So you and that person can actually probably empathize with each other with that type of decision making. So but for different choices. Yeah, again, if you say if he did it once, he'll do it again kind of thing, again, that's your principle. So you have the choice to do that, just like he has the choice to do that. So it sounds like you guys probably are very similar in that respect. Like, you don't care of someone's ability to redeem or change because you believe they don't. That's fair. I'm not here to convince you if that's true or not. I just wanted to share that I do not empathize with principle-based decision-making, like things that are unchanging. It's kind of like nihilism. Yeah, you know, people don't really truly change underneath, so might as well avoid it kind of thing. It's fair though. Wait, what? How does that emote still work? Oh, I guess 7TV added the rare parrot. It's some high def rare parrot though. That is some high def rare parrot. It's been a while since I've seen the rare parrot. But yeah, it's understandable. It's a betrayal of trust, right? I just don't share that attached with someone's work very often. So I might sound very crude and cold-hearted, but that's just how I approach decision making. Kind of like I would take a vaccine even if I don't agree with it, the principles motivated behind the vaccine, because the product itself has a efficacy that the person themselves, if you hate a person I can still use the product. And that's not true. That's a minor. That's a. I believe what I just said is an unpopular opinion. It's definitely even more unpopular in the United States. The American culture attaches faith, support, and sentimentality of products with the extension of its people. So I can definitely acknowledge and understand that's how people feel most of the time when it comes to products. And I just want to share that I don't share that type of emotional thinking. I like the game Fez, but if you read about what happened with the creator of Fez, it's unfortunate. Like, in terms of puzzlers, one of the most difficult games in to date is a puzzler called Fez, and the creator got into a lot of like controversial problems that had very little to do with the game itself or the product that the person produced. Fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, shame on me is my mom. That's fair. It's principle driven. He made a declarative statement that he later broke. Fair enough. I hope you live up to that principle that you have. I do not see that humans do not break words because humans are dynamic creatures. So for me, that's far from my expectations. Your expectation is people keep their words, which is fair. And your whole like value system is based on people not being are unbindingly unchanging people. That's kind of ironic because you're kind of also expecting them to change if there's a redemption, because you give them two chances, or maybe you don't give them two chances. You bought the product based on a statement? Well, that's fair. But you bought the product expecting based on this statement. I bought products based on statements expecting that they may change. So that's just difference in expectation. Do I get fooled 5 times? Do I get a free hat? I trust people unconditionally, and I don't care how many times I get fooled. It's a contrast between you and I guess. We're very extremes in terms of that. So when someone asks a question or asks for certain, it's context independent for me. I don't see people as unchanging things. It was the foundational statement. For me, it's conditionally independent. But I understand where you're coming from. Or I've heard your stories before, like your take on it, like how you're buying things and making decisions. It's fair. That seems reasonable. You bought something based on a promise is what I'm going to use the word. I feel like statement is being neutral, and you aren't being neutral about it. It's the foundational promise, and you bought the product on a promise. And promises are one-time deals for trust. Statements are not. Statements can change, in my opinion. Like, statements are like the neutral thing, like there's no baggage or sentiments attached to it. I'm not the type to ask for refunds, but I do boycott if I feel betrayed. I can't see why you wouldn't. That was a double negative. So I can definitely see why you would, is what I would say. I mean, you reflect a big chunk of at least the westernized, Americanized kind of consumer, which represents the majority of I would say arguably the majority of type of players or like consumers of video games. I do not. I belong to like the 10%, I would say. I identify with like the 10 to 15% where the product. My mom taught me to vote with your money. That's fair. That's fair. Uh, do I vote with my money? No. Uh, I don't know how I can express voting for money. I don't think I don't view as boycotting or like sticking it to the big man as I just see defamation, and I see righteous indignation and moral grandstanding is what I usually see. It's not to say it's a bad thing or not. You morally are justified to behave the way you are, plus or minus money, but you are morally justified for it. And that sounds reasonable. Like, it's fair. I am not a social justice person, so when I am quote unquote betrayed, it's hard for me to feel betrayed. Betrayal comes with expectations. So like, do I expect a viewer to condition themselves to like obligating? It's great. I like it. I really appreciate loyalty. But I expect myself to be very changing. So circumstances can cause betrayal unintentionally. And I don't guarantee anything to other people that I would not unintentionally offend them and become disloyal to them. Because humans have circumstances. And I give that pass to most people. Like if something takes you away, it's double-edged though. Like I don't feel offended or feel like you're obligated to share your time with me, but at the same time I'm also not hurt by it, or I don't feel I don't see betrayal, I guess, so to speak. But at the same time I don't love extra as well. So I don't express and exude loyalty because I don't necessarily obligate people to be loyal as well. But you have more of a moral driving purpose. So it does require you to have a developer and a publisher that's consistent to that, which I probably highly recommend larger publishers. Smaller publishers may hurt you in the long run. Like they're farther inconsistent because they don't have like company standards, and the whole idea of voting with your money is very applicable to larger companies because they're held accountable. They're held by money. So but the little guy, I'm a bit more forgiving, I guess. Someone can see it as very forgiving, but for me, I just don't expect them to be. They're gonna learn new things. They're gonna have to. They can't foresee things. So like, this game's gonna be the best indie game I've ever made in my life. That's only at the moment they understand what their game is capable of. But it doesn't guarantee that the person isn't going to learn something new that they were unexpecting, and then the game takes a turn. But companies, they have a lot of experience. I'm sure he doesn't care. He admitted to making me. That's an ad hominem argument. So, fair enough. If he admitted it, then he admitted it. It's no reflection on his character, in my opinion. You are determining that it reflects on his character. So that's fair. If a game doesn't have fishing, it'll never be perfect. Yeah. So that kind of thing. So It's kind of funny you make that joke, Mazuku, because that is the type of gamer that Enoch is representative of, which is the, to be fair, it is the majority of, I would argue it's the majority of the gamer consumerism. So loyalty sells a lot. Loyalty sells a lot. Absolutely. Like like to me, here's a worst case scenario to me for it destroyed CDPR. And no, I did not feel like that was justified. However, it's something I do have some sentimentalism for. However, what destroyed CDPR is the indirect consequence of CDPR is the developer of Witcher, who then released Cyberpunk 2077. CDPR is the CD Projekt Red is the developer name and the quote-unquote company. So that type of consumerism created indirect consequence that drove the development of the game. And it wasn't because you could, the consumerism could say like, oh yeah, because they rushed the game and stuff. So it was independent of development. It was your vote with your money ad hominem arguments that caused the pressure to push execs to push a game, and the developers didn't have a choice. So I'm not saying that the guy you dislike had the same issue. I'm just saying the opinions and the buying power is very strong. It's very influential. It's super powerful. So with power comes great responsibilities in both ways. Prejudice based on ad hominem arguments because you expect people not to change their minds is very powerful right now, like super powerful. It's what drives most of the industry right now. If you don't want games that are different, you keep voting with your money. So if you're into discovering new games, such as myself, I do not hold that opinion against people. Because if they don't have the ability to change their minds, they don't have the ability to innovate on video games either. You like supporting indie devs though? I'm saying this because it sounds like you like supporting indie devs, but they're more than likely to disappoint you than always playing a FromSoft game. If you know what I mean. Because they don't hold... They realistically will encounter conditions they are not prepared for. Since they're indie devs, they're a small group, there isn't a whole team that will keep them on track or have shared experiences that keep them consistent. So it's very admirable that you like supporting indie devs. It is also acceptable that you will be disappointed more than buying a Bandai Namco game or a Activision Blizzard, because you buy what you expect. Indie devs you don't really expect. So what I'm trying to argue, I guess, I'm just sharing my conflicting perspective that one would expect an indie dev to stand by a foundational statement that they made. They did probably stand by that statement until they didn't, when like some circumstance came up that they can't see because they're a small group. But if they're a big company, then there are lots of people that prevent that from happening. It was just my 2 cents. But yes, betrayal sucks. At least I see that betrayal sucks. Would that stop me from playing the game next time? Probably not from my perspective. I don't think things have stopped me from people creating. It's fool me once, it's on me. Fool me twice, it's still on me. Fool me 3 times, I'm willing to still take a bet. Is the contrasting mantra for me, I guess. I don't stop giving people chances, I guess. Especially when it comes to creative arts and creative differences. If they make a lot of money, good for them. If it warps their perspective, they're changing human beings. If their product's still great, I will still continue to use their product. Or consume their product anyways. If I thought of a great example. If people understood what happened to Notch, the Minecraft dev, like what he ended up doing when he struck the deal with Microsoft for Minecraft and Mojangs. Yeah, if you think about those people who like Minecraft, they don't mind it, right? It's a community-based thing for sure. It's contextual, but yeah. And I actually don't either envy or hate him. If anything, I pity him. I like what happened to him after, like, he was trying to seek. He lost the fire. Yeah, he lost the fire when he had a vicious cycle, right? He's a guy who, at least allegedly, this is all allegedly, he's a guy who's driven by criticism, but because of his creation, he drew so much criticism that it wore him down. So he took a break, right, by striking a deal to offload that, but then he lost the fire. I mean, you don't have to like Minecraft to understand its influence. At least, in my opinion, you don't have to like something to understand the impact on a human being, right? So his fire is lost, and now he's just on top of a lifestyle that he has accessibility to a lot of things, but it doesn't seem like he can integrate back. It doesn't make, that's fair. I mean, you don't have, yeah, again, you don't really have to make sense of something. Does love and emotion and like have to make sense to you? Yes, can't relate would be probably the phrase. Yeah, I would agree. It seems like relating is the thing. But I don't, it's kind of ironic, or I feel like it's kind of ironic from someone who shares phrases like betrayal and foundational statements, which I refer to as promises, would try to make sense of emotional justification. Love is chemical reaction. Some of my colleagues would suggest that. The jury's out for me. I don't actually know if one can objectively quantify emotions at the moment. But yes, relating is a big, yeah, but making sense of emotional love and passion and stuff, I would love to know. I would love to know, but I don't think it's inherently necessary. It's kind of one of the things that make humans fun, right? Or it's kind of the thing that makes human scary, fearful, sad, all the emotions, right? Emotions are the quintessential properties of humans that are hard to understand, and it doesn't have to make sense. But at the same time, if you're an emotional person trying to be objective about the thing that makes you emotional, I could definitely understand why it wouldn't make sense. Do I try to make sense of? I do. I do try to rationalize emotions, but I don't feel emotions the same way than most people, I think. At least I feel like I'm in the minority, not the 50%. Where, like, when I think about things and their motivations and whatnot, I don't necessarily have a strong empathy for most things. Do you have an opinion on the scientific realism, anti-realism discussion? I actually don't know what that context is. What do you mean by scientific realism versus anti-realism? Are you talking about like there's so many things swarming my head that might be regarded. I could read up on it, Hawk. I could read up on it. I don't know if those words are clicking with me. So is it like probability theory? Like scientific realism, like probabilistic theory kind of stuff? Like, oh, this is being realistic because the chances of this happening is so and so, and the chances of this is happening so and so. So it's quantifiably realistic. Oh, you're talking about, okay, you're talking about like the basis of, okay. Note that it's a very, yeah, for sure. Because discussion requires the truthfulness of science. It's hard because I believe in the philosophy part. So you remember the thing where like if it takes it goes, I think the thing that's related to the truthfulness of scientific theory is, how do we know that scientific theory is truthful if it requires a scientific theory to prove that scientific theory are truthful? It's kind of like trying to observe the universe that that are participants in. It's kind of, it's like the vicious cycle. So I don't have the biggest opinion on it because it's kind of an origin problem where, like, in order to prove the validity of something, how can you prove the validity of the thing you're using to provide validity? So, like, how do you prove that the scientific method is sound? Or how do you prove that scientific theory is sound without using scientific theory? That's the problem, I guess. It's a question I don't think about very often, though, because it's like, it's a vicious cycle. it's cyclic in nature. But I think maybe that's relevant. I'm not sure if that's where you were going with it, but I think the crux of it, of the truthfulness, the questionability of the truthfulness of scientific theory, is that it's very difficult to validate something that we're using to validate things already. The alternative is to come up with 2 or 3 different methods to cross-validate each other. That's kind of what science does, but downstream of the scientific theories, right? You establish the method. It was just something that popped up in my head while you were discussing trust and expectations of indie. How does it relate to it? Can you explain that to me, Honk? Are you talking about, like, how do we quantify the truthfulness of trust and expectations? I don't have an answer, by the way, but it would be cool to have an answer. It would be cool to quantify love, betrayal, sentimentalism, and stuff. Yeah, very tangibly related to the idea of trust in something. Okay. Yeah, my opinion is, here's my opinion, and it's not a very scientific one, and it's worth living for. I'm a novelty seeker, and trying to quantify those things, I'm okay that you can't. Or I'm okay that there aren't exact answers. I think that's it brings joy and sentiment, like it brings joy and almost it brings all the emotions of unpredictability to someone's mortality. And I will go with the science fiction romanticism of humanity, and that's what makes life worth living kind of approach, as opposed to trying to quantify it or trying to measure it. It's the factor that is that spice up life while we observe other things. So instead of I know this is weird coming from a biologist, but emotions for me, I didn't become a neurobiologist or a psychobio person because I myself personally do not feel motivated to disentangle the truth about trust and like emotions and stuff. Some other people really like that, so they probably have a great opinion like a neurologist or a psychobio. I like to observe the universe with our context. So I'm a biologist, but I studied something else in our universe, like viruses and whatnot. But emotions, I have a good, maybe 60, 70 years like conservatively. And that little like wild card, it's fine. Like I enjoy that wild card. Something that makes me angry suddenly, that's great. That makes me feel alive. Big disclaimer though, I don't feel a lot of times. I'm not very... I actually kind of envy, in a way, individuals who respond extremely. Like what Enoch was describing, I can't relate to that, generally speaking. But if it does happen, it reminds me of the fun part about being human, in my opinion. So it's kind of like taking for granted kind of thing. If you're very emotional all the time, you tend to seek, human condition tend to seek something else, right? So when you're very emotional, or if you feel like you're always betrayed, you want to stray away from being betrayed. Like, like it gets a little old, right? And to me, getting angry, things that make me angry, I actually kind of think they're enjoyable, because it also reminds me that I can be angered. It can be tough when you cannot connect with others. Yes. So it's really tough. Well, I don't really know what it means to be tough, but it can be dissonance. There can be dissonance, like disagreements, for sure. Like it leads to disagreements. I can't say they're tough or easy because I don't usually process that. When people tell me things are tough, it makes sense. Like if people say this is really hard or this is really easy, I take their word for it. I just don't, it doesn't come to mind at all. As a young person, I used to be like that though. Even when I was seriously annoyed, but I had anger issues. Oh, okay. So perhaps I used to have all these things because everything used to be new. So when I was younger, so many things were new. Like my common lifestyle, like when you're a kid, everything was new. And I was pretty much very similar to other youth, right? Emotion about everything. But now my life is so stable. It's like the stuff you can control so much of it as an adult, and you can condition yourself. Now like things are getting stagnated, and I don't want to sound really morbid, but it's the scariest part of being human when you start stagnating. So like when you start not feeling stuff, like being angry or chauvinist, or that's when you start losing motivation to experience things, and then you start spinning the wheel, right? So to me, coming from that perspective, I try my best to not enter that state, because when you enter that state, you'll start losing motivation to get up and to do things or like help people. You start losing emotion, right? And when you lose emotion, you stop empathizing with people. So without empathy, it's hard to establish relationships with other people or communicate with other people. You effectively become devoid of a robot. You become a robot. I joke about it a lot. I'm a real boy, I promise. To some extent. But I don't feel a lot anymore. When someone's really angry and their solution is to be objective about it, I can help with that. If someone is really angry, they're lost, and the solution that works for them is someone who provides objectivity, I can do that in spades. Very effective. It's great. If it's someone who thrives on like misery deserves company, or like coddling or nurturing, something that involves emotional recovery, using the similar recovery, that's not going to happen very often. I think that's a stopgap in my personality. Of course, I'm not qualified to make that statement about how I feel. I think it's possible that there's worldwide PTSD from the last. Nihilism is the term I would use more than PTSD. Nihilism that comes from accessible information. So like overabundance of information. So like we're not talking about its validity, its accuracy, or its truthness, but the overabundance of information can lead to nihilism, which is the idea like, why even bother? Why trust things? Like it all will end up being the same anyways. There's a lot of things, all this information, who knows what's the truth? Nihilism is what I would and I don't necessarily think it's even in the last few years. I think it's just going to get higher, like because of availability of information. The COVID thing is like, what if, so like hypothetically, the whole COVID thing, for example, if that was not, the information was not depicted, like we did not have access to that information. Like, for example, not access to the statistics regarding influenza and stuff at that regard. Like, if we compare it to the influenza of old, like the way information is distributed in the past regarding influenza, how accessible that information is compared to now. We would have lived life as normal. Yeah, it would be on a basis. It would be reactionary, right? There's no anticipation. There's no expectation. There's no constant, yeah. So, and I think with that accessibility comes nihilism. It might not be bliss, but it's bliss in the sense that you're only as aware as you can be, right? The situation for them, like if someone had a sucky life before the internet, it would likely still be sucky to them. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't, taking that away wouldn't improve their lifestyle, so to speak. But it's a growing concern. I think a lot of intellectuals that are online, like psychologists and people who are doing this professionally, I am not one of them, obviously. As a disclaimer, this increasing nihilism is a problem. It's a really scary problem. Like, the world is gigantic. Everyone, like, every day you're reminded of how possibly small a person is. And we're as a romantic thing, we're constantly clinging on to the idea that our actions are very important. We have significance. How do we encourage ourselves? How do we fit into this big scope? But yeah, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with nihilism. I want to clarify. I might be using it incorrectly too. It's just the idea of like how small you are, like how
insignificant things are in a giant perspective. That's like the take on it. Like, the universe is so big, I only live like 50 years, the universe is like 5 million. Like, the human race, if you keep scoping out, which is what science kind of does sometimes, if you keep stepping back, you start losing grasp of yourself. Like, a kid gets online, sees all these content creators, like, I'm so insignificant. Like, why do I even bother trying anymore? Like, look at all these people, like, doing all the things. You go on, like, social media. It's the thing that the United States is trying to carve, by the way, the influence on youth, because adults, by the time they're our age already, they lived in a period when this wasn't a thing, right? So we have groundedness. We can try to ground ourselves as our individuals, have principles like you, Enoch. Like, you have principles that drive your motivations, your decisions. But kids these days are not exposed to that. They are exposed to the standard, which is there are millions of talented people, and they only see the talented people all the time. Why bother solving problems when there are better people they feel are better people to do the job? And which is kind of scary if that's what youth has to look for. I don't feel like I do a very great job to begin with, but I also grew up in a time where I did feel like I had impact in my immediate environment. Like, I had the ability to influence people, and not influence like internet influence. Like, I had a job, I teach kids, I tutored, that kind of thing. But kids these days, they grow up feeling super, super small. Like, really, really small. Very small. Earlier I told you my beliefs, but you asked about what I read most. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Dr. Peterson, yeah, you mentioned, either you mentioned that, or it's a coincidence, because I do have a bunch of people who do mention Dr. Peterson. I myself don't. I think I've seen maybe like one or two things, and it might have been off you or someone else. But Dr. Peterson is a very popular person. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, for sure. And I do 80-20 too. I am an 80-20 person. Since my understanding from superficial econ, right, where 80-20 was applied, I started applying it philosophically, I guess, to my own principles. Like, for now, I really like playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and I usually strive to reach 80th percentile in most things. Or, if that's not an option, a 20% deficiency in something, like eclipse 20% deficiency kind of thing. So 80-20 was like loosely applied a lot of times, in terms of it's not how it was intended to apply, but it has since morphed into something else. It's a value system that I can consistently achieve with satisfaction. So I choose that to make my life feel emotionally satisfying. It's nice that there's a consistency, as opposed to like always being upset. Like the all or none statement, right? Like, promises are never meant to be broken. For example, I can't, because I embrace 80-20, I don't really, I can't comfortably say that ever, because I do feel like normal distributions. We gotta think of normal distributions. If someone screwed up, like royally, it's still a chance they would have screwed up. That's just how it works, in my opinion, obviously. That's just how I think about stuff. I'm very forgiving, but I wouldn't say it didn't come with me being suckered. I'm a universal sucker. That's how that works. Like, and it goes with your principle, your motto. Your motto is to protect you from being exploited. I keep myself from being exploited by removing the chance of encounters, but I do not deny the exploitation. So like I put myself in an environment that limits the chance how frequent I get exploited, not avoiding the opportunities to be exploited. I don't usually think about that too often. It doesn't come to my mind. Like this person is clearly running from my, you know, like for example, scams, like scam calling. Google Assistant. Thank you, Google. Am I trusting Google to safeguard me? Yeah, I am too. Can they totally exploit me for what I should and should not? Yeah, absolutely. Will I stop using it knowing that? No, I won't. Not yet, anyways. Will I stop immediately for something that works better? Yes, because I don't behave with loyalty. If you know what I mean. You helped a tenant who got scam called? That's unfortunate. Permanence is something. I think it's worth mentioning about permanence. To me, I do not feel loyalty is permanent. But I would say there are very few people in my life that would not look at me weird when I say loyalty is not permanent. I believe loyalty is dynamic. And I think most things that deal with human emotion is dynamic. I can't tell you I will always be angry when someone treats someone terribly, since it's the most magical thing about, in my opinion, it's the most magical thing about being human. Unpredictability. Human beings are fickle creatures. And that's what makes us very robust as well. It makes us very dangerous, but it also makes us very loving. Most of the dynamics of human condition makes it so that humans are very adaptive. They're motivated to do things without even sense, right? Without logic sometimes. Star Trek. I'm stealing all of Star Trek's glorious things. What makes us dynamic and scary also makes us highly potentiated and successful. 12 guys, he had withdrawn it already. I told him call the... Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully you get them back. I don't know how Canada works. I think the United States, generally speaking, you're just SOL. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But I know it's... Here's a really extreme version of what I just said. And I'm not saying I'm not slightly biased towards certain things. I'm just saying one could misconstrue, like a philosopher, someone could challenge me and say, so you're saying sometimes you feel okay or interested or admire people going to war, or like people fighting each other, or people killing each other. Well, I'm saying that I cannot exclude the capacity of people hating without understand. I mean, I can't include and accept that and love people that love without understanding that it comes with hate, the capacity for hate. So it's kind of like the having the cake and eat it thing that I say all the time. Like love and all the things that make people desirable, it's not mutually exclusive from everything that's undesirable to a person. So for me, I'm willing to say I celebrate all of that because I can't see them as separate things. I can't see people who really hate people because they look like a certain way. If I can't if I'm accepting that people love the way other people look at the same time. So those things coexist. That's not how people think, though. In my opinion, that's not how the majority of people think. They believe that there's a utopian vision that we strive for where you can exclusively always be agreeable, always love people, never harm anyone, never break a promise, that kind of thing. I understand striving for that. I absolutely do. And in an idealized world, that sounds amazing. But when someone loves all the time could be someone's hate. So like someone could hate someone who loves all the time. Someone could hate me for always trusting people. That's why I don't think they're mutually exclusive. The way you decide to live is amazing and interesting, in my opinion. And I don't think anyone is less interesting than the next person. At least that's how I feel, I think, if that's a feeling. I think that's more like a cold statement about people are different, so they're interesting. My best friends are identical triplets when I met them. And for the first 4 years of our friendship, our experiences are almost inseparable. And for those 3 individuals, it's almost nearly identical. And if I felt there's a difference between those 3, I think I'm pretty good to go, pretty conservative to say, I think most people are different. They're very different. So I guess I'm blessed with, I got the privilege to meet the extreme case where you meet people that are as closely as possible, but have reached an age of maturity where they are aware how closely related they are. And even then, I basically treated them differently. I mean, I never asked Eric, but directly, but I'm pretty sure I interact with Adam, Greg, and Eric differently. There's a nuance in it. The one thing that is very unpopular that I get a lot of flack for is I treat people differently. And what I mean by I treat different people differently is I see different people. I don't see the same people. So this person who always flakes and arrives late, I behave accordingly. If I want to interact with this person, my expectations meet their expectations, I guess. Oh, well, that's probably not a big deal. What is it like in their shoes? So I like to be in the person's shoes as opposed to the other way around. I have very little concern of communicating what I prefer. A lot of times. What do I prefer? Everything. I'm just kidding. But it's actually kind of true. So will I get anything done if everyone behaves like me? If the world behaved like me, if I wanted people to be like me, the world would collapse because the world would get nothing done and they would be dependent on someone else. So I have a strong dependency on the individual I'm interacting with or the object and the stuff. So I need creators, in my opinion. I have a habitual need for people who are creative to supply me with something to observe. It sounds egotistical or it sounds ethnocentric, but I'm happy that there are other human beings on this planet that provides me with stimuli and discussion, and I don't have to talk to myself. Well, I still talk to myself, but others, the more popular lifestyle is to project and demonstrate that you are important. I have no such desire, really. Dr. Peterson said, if the world was perfect, people would break things just to experience. Yes, exactly. Yeah, utopian is the anti-human, but it's a couple thing. the motivation to reach utopian status is the motivation that keeps the fire in humanity. But reaching that state will cause like this steady state to stop. So like you will no longer tread. There's nothing. So having a unattainable goal is human in itself, right? But obtaining it is anti-human, for example. So like when you reach utopia, human is refractory to that. It's they want to destabilize. Like science fiction does that all the time, right? Here's a utopian society, it actually turns out to be dystopian, right? So it's interesting. The concept of a utopia is very human. Achieving that concept is anti-human, which is why I like hearing that. When someone says, I want to be the best, like, go for it. It's not telling the person, like, being the best at any one time in period in history is highly improbable, is not sensitive in a human way. Like, it's insensitive, in fact. It's very logical, you know, like, it's outside the realm of humans. Like, the aspiration is that human quality, and it's great. I'm not going to be there to say, like, yeah, you know, the chances of that is yada yada yada, here's your statistics, and great. Yeah, Notch, it was really depressing, actually. I really pity, like, Notch. I'm not sure if he had interviews, but what was said, allegedly, what was said was, you know, here he is, he worked really hard so often, and then he landed this deal and he just catapults up to any accessible resource ever, right? You just have the achievements done, you reach endgame, but he has like half his life left. What do? Well, this is some facts. His marriage failed, his reattempt to re-engage failed. So like he's at a state in his life that it's hard to empathize with the people around him. He's known to throw wild, lavish parties, like extremely lavish parties, and during these parties, they, like, the people who knew him or got a chance to know him, they're still working. They have like goals and stuff, even in a lavish lifestyle and stuff. But his motivation is gone. So there's this huge detachment between him and the people around. So it really sucks. I mean, you could be the richest person in the world, but you could be the most miserable person at the same time. Remember, Joler sold Star Wars for $7 billion, and then complained what he did with it and said he would never. Yeah. There's a lot. I think that's really sad. If I had a sense of like pity or feeling very down on things, is when creators can't take back something. They can't change their minds. There are those decisions where you can't see what happens after it's gone, and they don't get a second chance, I guess, or a third chance, or a fourth chance. But I'm not trying to convince you that you shouldn't be angry and boycott things. You know, those are also your choices, right? So it's fair. That's a really long discussion, but this game is also a small crew, I think. I saw the credits already. I'm doing like all the extra stuff, but I'm gonna say like 6 or 7 people, right? And it's great. See, like I think awareness and being able to communicate about it makes discussions just armored. Like you have, like, you can take hits, you can take criticisms, and then you can share criticisms. And for me, I'm well aware of what I don't do well, and I like it, or like I prefer it. So because I can't do what I do or approach the way I think things without also losing something in exchange. So I'm very cold-hearted with my comments most of the time. It's in exchange you take advantage of whatever it offers, which is like always having something to say for like 24 hours straight. The problem with that is I don't get any sleep. That they might seem like very unrelated things, but I get mania all the time. So if you like thinking a lot and you like being like a thinker, do you like sleeping too? Because you can't have both. It's rare that you have both. If you're like a heavy thinker with not enough barriers of apathy, like to be apathetic has its great gains. You can stop thinking about something, you can stop concerning yourself about something, and you can sleep. You can sleep. You can choose to be ignorant. I think for someone that I think that's something others can take for granted, but I cannot. I cannot a lot of times I cannot choose. It doesn't feel like I can choose to not care. And that's a problem. But it's also my asset, in my opinion. I can't like utilize the importance. I can't choose to care when I want to if I'm always caring all the time in order to be informed. So I rather care about most things and sacrifice sleep because that makes me overall more happier, in my opinion, for my lifestyle than choosing not to care and conditioning and pretending like that's not a problem kind of thing. Like it's, you have to know what you're gaining and losing at the same time and how you optimize for it. Sometimes you can't just get a little from column A and a little bit from column B, like all the pros from columns A through C with none of the drawbacks or perceived drawbacks. Drawbacks are subjective because what can be perceived as a drawback can be an advantage to someone else. I have issues with having a mobile to keep from overthinking, but I can shut it down at night. Yeah. I was the youth that went like multiple days. Like up for 3 days, maybe crash one day, up for 3 days, crash one day, that kind of thing. So because the manic stuff comes in uncontrollable times. They don't come in like fixed amounts. I think that's one of the things that I feel people should learn to distinguish about themselves. One thing you have to, I think I encourage people to know that are they experience a conditional response of their lifestyle or are they struggling with something else? The stuff that people think they're struggling with like mania, ADHD and stuff, that stuff is unpredictable. So it leads to frustration due to unpredictability. So, but a lot of times when people think they're struggling with that, like a high spectrum with that, they say it happens with periodicity, with like expectations and like they can predict it, like they share like, oh, every time this happens. It's like, well, that's possibly a more conditioned response than they are. Like, this is no professional advice or anything. It's just that when it comes to those things, the frustration and the lifestyle hurt from like mental imbalance comes from its unpredictability. If it's very predictable, you have a system that you can design yourself, condition yourself to either take advantage of it and mitigate the disadvantages. So a lot of times when people say, oh yeah, I always sleep late, I have insomnia, for example. Like, I'm not saying you have this. I'm just saying, like, some people say like, oh, I don't sleep very much. I always sleep at 5 a.m. I'm like, that's not kind of that sounds like you have control over it. It sounds like you've somehow conditioned yourself into it. It's not to say there's no chance it's insomnia. It's just it's highly unlikely if you can predict when you always sleep or how often you always frequently. That sounds like a conditioned response. It's a lifestyle thing. So you can if you can anticipate it, you can probably try to be proactive about it. Insomnia is when you just, hey, sometimes I die out at 2 a.m. Sometimes I die out at 5 a.m. Sometimes it's 53 hours. Sometimes it's 31 hours. It's unpredictable. It's a problem. You're losing function in your life. So when people say they have poor sustained attention and all that, maybe they have ADHD and stuff, if it's periodic, if it's consistent, then I challenge you to try to take advantage of it or mitigate its weakness. It's not to say that I'm very open to people who feel if they admit they have a problem, that's amazing. I think it goes without saying, it's worth admiring individuals who know, or at least willing to admit that they have a weakness, because that means you have room for, change, and that's great. Even a stubborn, I said this to about myself when I was young. Even a stubborn person can stubbornly admit they're stubborn, if you know what I mean. So even a stubborn person can stubbornly admit they have a weakness. So it's still possible for reform. Dr. Buren had always said is the most yes, it is overdiagnosed. But in my opinion, I agree with Dr. Peterson about it's overdiagnosed. But it's not a statement on that it's bad or good in a sense that overdiagnosed is that bad or good. It depends on the interpretation of what overdiagnosed leads to, right? It could lead to, you could focus on how it could lead to misconceptions and misconditioning, but it's also raising awareness. And it's also getting people to think about their current lifestyle and whatnot. So there's bads and goods, and I hope a statement like that isn't interpreted as unanimously bad or undesirable. I don't 80-20 again. I don't generally see a statement as overtly bad or overtly good. There's just a lot to process that I don't have expertise in. But if I can make a counter argument to something like that, an expert would have many more counter arguments or discussions. So what I'm I mean, it might sound like self-defeatist, but I like to think that there are individuals who specialize in most of the things I say tangentially with inexperience, with much more to say. My joke is, how do you get an Irish mule out of a ditch? Yikes. I have a high school friend that's very proud of his Irish heritage, and that sounds like something he would most definitely say. I don't know if it's the knowledge of his Irish heritage that shaped him more than him shaping because of his culture, but it's still fun nonetheless. It's very reminiscent of that high school friend. We don't talk very much. We know that we exist to each other, and we're like the whole, if you have people who went through, it's kind of like war buddies, only it's not literal war, it's more like emotional warfare from high school and stuff. That's the kind of high school friend I'm referring to. We have very no like overlapping semantic value system or anything like that. We just went through high school together and shared those experiences. Yeah, yeah. It's very endearing. I mean, I'm Chinese by heritage, so let let's just say if Irish are very proud. there is there is a country that is stereotyped to be to think very very highly of themselves. Oh, you have both? Oh, snap. Yeah, my parents are very, I mean, my grandfather, he's most proud of me. He was most proud of me because I spoke the dialect of his people. It was like the one thing that he mentions all the time. Just to illustrate, like, it's not about my education or anything like that. The one thing that he verbally, like, explicitly mentioned to me is that he's happy that I can communicate with him using the dialect. So that's kind of it's very endearing. I think pride can be very endearing. Pride has been stigmatized quite a bit on the internet at the moment. The trend in pride tends to be one of negative sentiments. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Oh, and also, this game is very difficult to do while having conversations. So, hope there aren't anybody who's like a monster expedition expert who just likes seeing intense monster expedition gameplay, but I do not have the sustained attention to not be distracted by multiple things, unfortunately, or fortunately. On both sides of your family, even? Oh, that's interesting. It's very unusually resonating, I think. The nationalistic feeling of, like, a Chinese person meets an Irish. I mean, it's not a coincidence, Enoch, that my high school friend who I have no semantic knowledge, like semantic commonality or personality, but this one core value made us good friends. If you know what I mean. Like, it's not a, and just so you know, there weren't other, like, there may be like one other Chinese person in a school of 3,000. So I don't feel it's a coincidence that the person I've met that I end up associating with out of the 3,000 happens to be someone of very proud Irish descent. At my youth, though, we have deviated quite a bit now because it ends with high school, and most of my maturity as an adult to my current state happened post high school. Anything in high school was like live and learn and respond, usually with vast quantities of depression and loss and misidentity most of the time. As a dual, yeah, it's very extreme. Pride can be very extreme. It's represented as very extreme. Enoch, pride tends to be in the situation, the contextual situation that most people envision pride in is very 0 or 1, as opposed to, like, you can be a little bit prideful, but you know, like, if we think about pride, it's seldomly associated with or like, it's not outside of all or nones. It tends to just be all or nones. It's not like I'm a little prideful in saying yes. I'm a little not prideful in saying, like, it's not viewed in gradients. It's often just viewed in, oh, that's very prideful. Oh, okay, that's not. And it works fairly well with those. This because it's often with like a yes or no decision. So it's fair that it would generate, at least that's how I'm rationalizing it. It would generate that duality. the little like polarizing aspect of pride, negative and positive kind of thing. Like 100% negative and 100% positive. If you look at my thumbnail, I drew that line. Oh, you drew the lion. Oh, okay. I see. Wait, your thumbnail? Oh. I see. Okay. Got it. Nice. In 3rd grade. I don't know if I even draw it. I was not much of an artist. When I was a kid, I was an arrogant person that thought that the creative art, well, not really. I was conditioned, probably more conditioned to value creative arts like spuriousness for pragmatism. So I was raised, traditionalist Chinese parents. I was raised on pragmatism. I'm no longer that. I'm more of a if people met me when I was in high school, I'm much more of a romantic now than I was as a kid. Even though, ironically, I lack emotional empathy. The things I say and the ways I appreciate things sound a lot more romantic or optimistic, if you will. But when I was a kid, it was cynicism. Like, whole heap piling of cynicism. Narcissism as well. Lots of well, youth are generally prone to be narcissistic because they are so baffled in understanding themselves first, right? You can't start understanding the universe around you if you're incapable of comprehending what's making you you. But that sense, I kind of went to the other extreme now. I'm almost too concerned with other people's affairs, but that's fair. Like, you have, like, it's appropriate, it's pragmatic. A child must preserve their self-identity first. Like, like, the thing that you're most exposed to is yourself. If you can't understand yourself yet, that will take up most of your time. The faster you understand yourself, that's kind of alluding to the whole maturity thing as an adult, right? Adolescence, when you reach adulthood, that's kind of the transition where you start concerning yourself with things outside of yourself. But depending on when that happens, that's kind of what I would non-expertly refer to as maturity in child development. You reach adulthood when you become less self-centric because you're not still trying to understand yourself, and then you become more and more concerned with things outside yourself. And depending on where you are in that stage, it could be really late adulthood. Like, in the rarest cases, people in their 30s and 40s are still predominantly self-centric because they're still exploring themselves. There's still so many things they can't understand, and they can choose not to understand it. For example, if you're always angry at something and you don't choose to understand it, you'll continue to be angry about it. So then you will continue to be enthralled by it. So you'll just keep going until you choose that it's disinteresting. Like, or what I mean is, like, it becomes disinteresting when you become aware of it. In my opinion, it creates a scope where it expands beyond it. So you can actually just be like, I really hate this, but I'm going to continue surrounding myself with that stuff that I hate, and I can just keep doing it. It's fine for the rest of my life. It will drive the person to do something for the rest of their life. So it's a way to live. I'm not going to say it's bad or good, but it is a way to live. And but in my description, in my definition, it would be someone who's less mature. Like, overall, they have not matured beyond themselves. But it doesn't mean they can't be happy. It doesn't mean they can't be loved and love others. But, I don't care about myself very much anymore because it's really boring. the times when I do end up caring about myself is the time when someone shows me I can be angry, if you know what I mean. Getting old changes everything. Wisdom, yes, experience tend to, perspective and knowledge tends to nullify, in my opinion, tends to nullify the relative impact of things, right? So like, if you have seen enough perspectives and experienced enough perspectives, they no longer become surprising. They no longer become humanly lively. So unfortunately, because of the internet, and I spend most of my time reading people and looking at people and reacting to people, I'm starting to lose interest in how, like, it's so common now that I'm constantly seeking things that would shock me, or because in my opinion, I feel humans are motivated by that once things aren't interesting anymore. So I actually like this show called Lock and Key. Fictitious, it's Fictitious's favorite show for sure. Absolutely, it'll always come back because I actually got aggravated. Like, I actually got triggered by one of the characters in the show, and that rarely happens. Like, so now it's just like stuck in my mind. I always use it as an example because it's rare. It's actually kind of fun to be triggered. Because if you're triggered all the time, I get it. You hate being triggered, you hate being angry, you hate being betrayed, because generally speaking, if you dislike something and want to mitigate it, it's probably happening more often than you want, if you know what I mean. Like, it's happening a little bit, but when it doesn't happen at all, it's exciting. It like, that's kind of the deal, at least how I perceive human motivations, to get that unkiltered, unstable feeling every once in a while. I'm not saying fill your life up with, like, don't go Evil Knievel on me and just start jumping ramps on motorcycles. It's the thrill seeking and novelty seeking can come in many forms. It doesn't have to be literal, like go bungee jumping or something, which, for the record, I did jump off of a canyon. Like, I went canyon swinging in New Zealand. That was a one-time thing, and boy, that's in the back of my head. I even remember, like, I remember the fields the canyon we're on. And just so you know, the canyon that I was swinging in, it was in New Zealand, and it was also a landscape that's very relevant because Lord of the Rings, lots of the landscape in New Zealand is very recognizable. Even in the Ring of Power right now, Amazon actually took some of the locales are very recognizably New Zealand, but you know, for posterity's sake, I'm triggered by lemming behavior, quite a bit, but only for moments, as I know it's basic. Yes, it was amazing. It wasn't amazing at the moment. When I mean amazing is, it was amazing because I was super emotional, like absolutely emotional. And I was still relatively young, though. I was like, I turned 21 in New Zealand, by the way. Everyone was like celebrating. It's like, yay, you can drink. I wasn't a drinker still then, but I started social drinking when I was 22. But at 21, I turned 21 when I was in New Zealand. Obviously, the legal drinking age is 18, but it still worked out coincidentally because we hanged out in the freshman dorms and most of them were turning 18. But I still haven't drank anything since. But 22 is when I social drink because I wanted to empathize with social drinking. Sure. Into travel. I only been to New Zealand outside that, and Canada. That's it. New Zealand and Canada and some random places around the United States. The United States is quite big already, so I rarely even travel beyond that. I think the largest radius is like 300-mile radius around this very location, 300-mile radius. And then the occasional flight, like to different states because of business and stuff. I quit at 19. I see. Like quit completely. You strike me as a polar person, so I imagine you just quit entirely. I social drink. I do social drink. Pretty much. Okay. I social drink because of its appropriateness in our in American culture, especially like professionalism, right? So I obligatorily social drink. I don't. I just don't drink for pleasure and stuff. Yeah, because again, I don't care about myself too much. My principle is I prefer not to drink. Like I do have opinions about myself, so I am thankfully a healthy adult with an identity. I prefer not to drink alcohol because it leaves a. I know how alcohol works. I even can, like I track the reactions in, but it's not about me. It's about the social occasion. So I still social drink, and I would get a Hendrix, a gin and tonic with Hendrix is fine. And I hold on to it. I'm a drink holder. I would ask them like, can I get a gin and tonic with a side of water? And the water would be in like the bigger glass. And I would like sip my gin and tonic and I would like chase it with water. And it would just extend the social drinking. I'm there to eat. I'm a social eater though, but I'm also an obligatory eater. Like I eat a lot. So whenever there's social drinking, I think of food. It's an opportunity to social eat. And I'm like, I have done things to eat that many youth would say is not worth it. Oh, wait. What happened? If I may ask. I don't know. And then I'll focus on this. What happened? If that's not too personal. Some permanent damage or something? Black mold. I don't know what happens. I'm not familiar with what happens with black mold. Okay, so we should get some. At least this puzzle done. It ripped apart your bathroom? I was in my mid-30s. Okay. Go on. Hmm. Oh no. No, never mind. Dang it. I was thinking I see the route for this tree here. I just need to provide the platform. What prevents me from okay. Can I keep this log? It doesn't look like I can keep this log. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Hold the phone. It affects your lungs and stomach. I actually smoked weed for 24 until that happened. Had to quit and never started again. So I was 40. If I ate much, I caught. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. You can still enjoy food though, right? Just not, hopefully not excess eating. Or does that affect your food sensitivity or what you're like, what you're sensitive to. I'm sorry to hear that. It can be cured? Oh, that's interesting. Like, are we talking about treated in terms of surgical thing? Or are you talking about something biologically cured? Like, you can smell. Oh, okay, okay. Are you having like a Garcia effect, or is something biologically actually, like something biochemically is actually happening that's causing that? What I mean is, food aversion. It's called the Garcia effect, and it's very strong. Like, it's psychosomatic, but it's super strong. Like, very, very strong. And I don't think it should be any different from having a real biochemical imbalance that's happening. But I'm just curious of the nature of it. The doctor said cured in the mold stays if I eat too much. Interesting. So do you actually have do you have a, like, is it colonized in your stomach? That's so interesting. I don't know a lot about fungus, so, or fungi in general. The only fungi I know is yeast, which is a classical model organism they use for genetics, for genetic experiments. I just know a lot about yeast. Just saying. I see the path, but I can't push it. So, there's an alternative. That doesn't get it out either. Maybe. Nope, can't push down either. Am I doing a vertical thing? No, wait. No, I can't push it. I can feel when I'm done or in danger of coughing. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. It tastes like wet drywall. That doesn't sound too pleasant. I'm finding that the hospital will not recognize my, but tell if you have black mold and they vacate the carpet and enter with, yeah. I don't know how black mold persists in the host, but that's really unfortunate. I can't speak for like medicine in general and my knowledge of fungus, my lacking knowledge of fungus. But that's unfortunate that it impacts your, it's very unfortunate it impacts your lifestyle. Oh, okay. It's nice to be informed. Okay. Okay. So definitely can free this guy, right? I can definitely free this guy this way. So now what can I do? I can't lift that anymore. Oh, yeah. No kidding. Okay. What? Oh, that was uneventful. Alright. Fair enough. Oops. They say they can take brown seaweed as a natural food, but it is only found in Japan and not long after the... Huh. someone told you this. To be honest, it doesn't bother me, but the mole craves. Okay. So people can culture your stomach and they would find black mold? Or the fungi? I mean, that's fair. Self-study is fine, but experimental wet work would be more reliable. Like, there is a really big distinction to be understood about psychosomatic, food-related, involuntary, like, responses and parasitic problems in the stomach. So it would be interesting to see if one can culture the black mold from your stomach to see if they actually do exist, or is it just a persistent psychosomatic response after years of exposure to black mold. The psychological effects of being exposed to that type of like response can be lifelong symptoms. The hospital would not recognize it here, but they do in Europe. I'm not entirely sure if it really deals with the recognition of something. I'm just talking about a culture, right? You could, in general, a microbiologist would be able to attend to that in some way. I don't think it has anything to do with the legalities of recognizing things. It's not an evasive. Oh, well, it could be evasive depending on, but I don't think it's necessary to get a culture of a fungi that is so robust that it can last in your stomach as a foreign parasite at this point is not necessarily within the realm of medicine, or it needs any invasive operations. However, some people may be sensitive to. Right, that's just a bunch of self-research, so it's fine. But I'm still talking about experimental evidence. Yeah, all that is all that is like population statistics and corollaries. Like that's fine, but if you're really concerned, hopefully, I mean, you said it doesn't bother you much, so that's fair. But none of what you can read or self-study can supplant experimental evidence. And black mold, if it's as persistent and robust as you're suggesting, like it's living in your gut or something, it can survive you coughing and having a culture of it. So that would be the undeniable evidence that ascertains your research. I mean, again, I understand it. I understand like what you can learn from it. Like mycotoxins, that's great, but there's no confirmation that you actually have black mold in your stomach. Psychosomatic things dealing with foodborne responses are just as powerful with or without the actual agent, like the actual cause in it. So it would be interesting if you can confirm that, right? Because like that would be one way to truly know if it's not just a psychosomatic thing. It would be, I mean, I'd be interested to know if I had a problem like that, I suppose. But that's me projecting what I would want or how I would go about it. So I'm projecting a little bit here. Maybe a little bit too much. How do I get there? I see some rocks. A hospital diagnosed occupational asthma, but I don't use asthma meds. Okay, so instead of focusing what you don't use, I challenge you to, like, in my opinion, I would encourage you, I guess, to eliminate and strengthen your regards. I get that the black mold, it's undisputable, I guess, that you have black mold in your residence and you were exposed to black mold. But from what you explained to me, there is actually no evidence that you actually have black mold in your system. But what you did share with me is the many ways that you were denied that it was black mold because everyone else do not recognize or something. But the idea is like the strength of your conclusion and your research is only strengthened by ruling those things out with experiments. Not using asthma meds means that's a negative. It doesn't confirm anything. So the opposite is not true when you're not using something. So example, like occupational asthma, because you don't use asthma meds, doesn't confirm that you don't have occupational asthma. I'm not saying you didn't see the mold in the bathroom. I'm saying you have no experimental evidence to suggest that you have mold in your system anymore. It could be a persistent psychosomatic, like an alternative argument is it could be a psychosomatic that like there's you're confirming with negative results. Negative results does not confirm anything, and it doesn't imply that the opposite is true. So when you could have occupational asthma as well, not having used asthma meds. It's a false, like it's a negative. It's not a confirmation. The research says that it does not cure itself. I'm not saying it does. Again, you're stating something that I'm not saying. When I say it's not something, it doesn't mean it is something else. You have no evidence to believe the one thing. It doesn't mean you don't have it or have it. You just don't have evidence to share either way. Like there's like, I would be concerned with convincing myself of what is true and what isn't. At least that's my impression. Like if I had something, like I'm projecting now. I'm projecting pretty hard by how you're approaching self-study, and you're attempting to confirm your hypothesis, but you haven't ever challenged it. You have black mold, it's persistent, and it's affecting your lifestyle. But you're saying it doesn't affect too much, which is fine. So it makes it okay, I guess, that it's not affecting your lifestyle too much. However, irregardless of what the research states about corollary studies and population statistics, you have no hard evidence to suggest anything. I went to who was from that diagnosed it. Okay. But he told me in Canada they don't have the cure. I don't. So I'm not. All right, I'll take your word for it. That just sounds. So you didn't decide to get it cured in Europe. Okay, so it was your decision not to cure it in Europe or something. I hear excuses. I don't hear any evidence, like, at all. So I'm so conflicted on if you're happy with it or not. Like, you read about it, but that's so different from experimentally determining it. So you have a doctor that confirmed you have black mold in your stomach, and you have that doctor confirm that that black mold is the cause of your lifestyle discomfort. It is what it is. now that's just okay. Well, I have a lot of words about talking about it is what it is, but if you suggest that's it, then that's fair. I have no evidence, like based on your story and the things you have told me, I would challenge that if I was a operating physician, which I'm not, like I don't have enough expertise, I would challenge experimental evidence. You are confirming, it's the internet expert problem. You are confirming something, and every time there's a challenge to you, you're using negative data or negative confirmation to affirm that it is your hypothesis. You aren't confirming that the opposite is not true. You are negating that the opposite is not true. Therefore, the thing that you think is true is true. Which those aren't treated as the same way in my logic. Like how I would approach problem solving, I would not consider them the same thing. So like, why does Canada, for example, I would ask, why does Canada not cure black mold? Have you read to why they choose not to recognize, I guess is the word you use, black mold? You're making the assumption that Canada is incompetent and Europe is not, just out of convenience for your argument. Free healthcare, you get what you pay for? That sounds acceptable. Only depending on if black mold is expensive or not. You're making that's deflecting. That's deflecting now. So I'm gonna call you out on that one. Deflecting. If you say that's what the doctor says, then stop using it as an evidence for your own perception, because like then you have no credibility. So what you're saying now is that it's all the credibility is to the doctor. So that's fair. I'll credit the doctor. So whatever you say now is less credible because you don't want the responsibility of self-study and all that you learned. So you're not saying that you know much about it because that's what the doctor is saying, right? You're just trusting the doctor. That's fair. I mean, I would too, frankly. But your argument that Canada's free healthcare has something to do with not curing black mold when you're explaining to me that it's just brown seaweed from Fukushima, but the doctor had a different cure in mind and not black seaweed, which can be cultivated in a inexpensive way. Like, there's so many leaps of logic in what you're describing. It's kind of confusing me. All I know is I ripped apart my bathroom that had overwhelming evidence of black mold. Okay, that's a fact. I got very sick. That's a fact. And quit smoking weed thinking it was the issue. That's a fact. That did not stop the issue. I went to the doctor and then he sent you to the emergency room. Okay, those are all facts. Those can all still be explained with coincidence. But go on. They refused to discuss mold poisoning. Okay. They refused, or you suggested and they ruled out and say, like, we're not going to talk about it because they've ruled in their expertise that it's not. Because all it sounds like to me is you have suggested by the sake of coincidence that it is, and somehow by their medical profession they choose to ignore something that the patient has mentioned as a reliable association. Like, I don't know what kind of medical doctors it sounds like you're discrediting the doctors who now you seem to trust as well. They did not talk to me about it. No, they did not repeat the words, nor did they do any tests to turn. So that sounds like malpractice and negligence. So you might as well sue them for malpractice and negligence, I guess. I don't believe you, obviously. Like, I'm sorry, but there's no amount of logic that I can bridge your decision making and your interpretation of the current situation. I think it's, yeah, I can't, there's no, you can't sue in Canada, then that's fair. Fair game. But the way they behave and the way you're suggesting it, I find that very difficult to believe. In fact, I would not take your word for it. That part, I cannot professionally agree that it played out like that. However, I respect your choices that you made, and hopefully you live okay with the black mold that is allegedly in your system, and that the country you reside in refuses to diagnose something and cure something that you've already demonstrated is inexpensive, is known and reliable in a different country, and just so happens that negligence and malpractice is a common theme for mold poisoning in Canada. It's very unfortunate. Those are that's what I gathered from our interaction. So hopefully you're not too upset about feeling crappy eating certain things, and it doesn't impact your lifestyle too heavily. In the end of the day, I'm more concerned about your own well-being as opposed to the validity of everything else. I don't necessarily agree with any of your logic, but it's not my decision to make. It's not my body either, so I have to respect that. But I do not think most of that was logical. There was a lot of leaps of logic that I'm very concerned with. But I'm not I'm not your guardian or anything. So I hope it doesn't hurt you more. Like, it doesn't impact your life as much as it may have already. It's still a very big coincidence. From what you shared to me, I would not rule out coincidence. How do I get here? If it rains too much, you feel it? Interesting. Increase humidity, I suppose. Somehow it's... I imagine you have some sort of wild theory as to why that is. Somehow humidity bridges your sebaceous... I'm actually curious about what I'm about to say. Hold up. Hold up. I don't know. Okay, I'll have to look that up. I'm actually kind of curious about what I was about to say, or what I was about to ask. If there was a physiologically significant environmental change in the gut microbiome of an individual due to changes in atmospheric environment. I think the answer is no, but I'll have to revisit that with a bit of background check on my understanding of the lumen of the gut. So why do you think they wear hazmat suits to enter an area? I don't know. Enoch, you're deflecting. You're talking about whataboutisms. How is that relevant to the persistent mold infection in your body, if there is any? I'm simply talking about at providing evidence or getting evidence that what you're saying is true, as opposed to the contrary. It's easier to prove something that doesn't exist, again, like you did, where you state negative evidence in order to confirm something that exists. It's easier to show that it's not there than it is there. So it would be interesting to know if that doctor was able to confirm that it is there. But you said the doctor diagnosed it. So somehow, in the infinite wisdom of the Canadian government, they decided to find that mold poisoning is optional when there's a lot of weird things. I have so many questions about the Canadian government now. Okay, so I still can't. That makes it even more concerning. Like, my concern is that if it isn't black mold, right? What is? So I'm not trying to say that I'm not concerned. It could be black mold and something else. Like, you could be having a complication, right? No, like, I don't, like, he confirmed. That's all right. I'm not suggesting the credibility. I'm just saying all the stuff you're saying is under the impression that it's only the black mold. It can only be the black mold. And I don't think, you never, that's, again, it can be a coincidence. It's a complication. Like, your body it's an emergent property. So when something never happens and it suddenly happens, I'm not gonna, I guess I don't want to derail into, like, derail too much. As long as you're safe and dealing with it, it's fine. But the chances of a singular event causing it's the evidence you gave me that you think is supporting your case, in my experience, is taking away from your case. It's detracting from your case. So you're suggesting that everything that has never happened before suddenly happened with an exposure to mold, and that mold, the black mold exposure, is responsible for all of it. Like, you're singularly saying that it's driving that, and I see how that makes sense. I get it. But the things you described and all the actions and stuff that's surrounding it is, there are so many emergent variables that it can't just be the mold anymore. It's highly improbable it's just the mold. If it was just the mold, someone would tell you it's the mold, you can choose to use the cure, and the symptoms would be isolated to the mold, which may simply be very the same, like very specific. But a lot of the things you describe is aspecific, it's non-specific. So you might have a complication. I hope that's not affecting you. Like, a complication with, like, for example, someone may never have allergies before, like when they're 13 or something, and then suddenly they've developed an allergic reaction when they're 18. Things that never happened before, and when they suddenly happen, doesn't necessarily mean it's just driven by one thing. It's the interaction of multiple things that could lead to the presence of the symptom or the physiological change. So hopefully, I have the best hope for your well-being. Of course, it's just me being manic about possibilities. Like, that mold could be triggering something else that was already intrinsic to you and your health, and that is what's driving the symptoms and not your mold. I mean, that's irrelevant. I don't know if you know how the body replaces cells, but epigenetics preserve progenitor cell information across multiple generations, if not all the generations. Just because a cell turns over doesn't mean its prior history and information is lost. I work in epigenetics, so my tagline is how those viruses communicate and transfer their stuff if they have to replicate and turn over all the time. And usually epigenetic markers are reproduced very faithfully between cells, if not other organisms. It doesn't have to be like a multicellular organism. It could be an autonomous singular cell organism. They can still preserve progenitor history. And what I'm suggesting is there's a chance the black mold, I'm not a medical expert, but it's still a possibility. There's a chance the black mold triggered something else, that with the absence of a mold, you would not have any symptoms. And that other thing is the thing responsible for your health. And I'm hoping it's not something dramatic, and that hopefully it doesn't get triggered by anything else. I'm sorry to hear about the black mold thing. It's like how I'm trying to make sense of why Canada choose not to recognize mold poisoning, and why they choose not. That isn't as simple as a monetized pragmatism. Like, what are the opposites, right? Like, your hypothesis is universal healthcare. It's probably not cost effective enough to provide, so you have to challenge your hypothesis. Is it too expensive, or is it inconvenient to be included? Well, what you already shared with me is the cure is very simple. It's already known, and it's an alternative medicine. It can be cultivated, like, hydroponics can circumvent most things. Like, you don't necessarily need its native species to reproduce something. So the idea is you challenge it. So is it true? Well, you already gave me evidence that it is not true, that it's expensive and what's recognized and not recognized. If it's already known, it's already known. So all evidence points to that your hypothesis is very weak. So now I'm curious why Canada chose some of that. And there's a lot of implications about why Canada decide to ignore mold poisoning. And mold poisoning, the mold itself might not necessarily be the agent that's causing your thing, but it may be eliciting a trigger that's coming, and that source is coming from that, like what's downstream of that trigger. It is indirect though. It could be an indirect trigger though. Our healthcare system has been overwhelmed my whole life. It is like, okay, sure. Again, you're hyper focused, in my opinion, you're hyper focused on what you believe to be true about your current status instead of interpreting what it may mean regarding the system itself. So yeah, I'll take your word for it. The politics, the healthcare system has always been overwhelmed, but choosing to not do mold poisoning as opposed to other things is not simply explained by politics and being overwhelmed. Anyway, many ways the brown sea, those are about whataboutisms, in my opinion. What then you can get the brown seaweed, like it's evidence. Like, if there's a natural cure for something, you claim, right? Like, if someone claimed there's a natural cure and it's true, well, that natural cure sounds baller. It sounds inexpensive. It sounds like a system. It sounds like you can even get it over the counter. So it's even not even relevant to the healthcare system. Okay, well then it doesn't work. So it's not a cure, right? So the contextual nature is, if you don't know if it works, it's not a cure. It's an alternative treatment that may or may not work. because if it's a cure, it's a cure. Like I mean, like it's hard for me to take it any other way. When something is a cure and it's inexpensive, it really is. Yeah, yeah. I mean, have you tried it? I'm pretty sure just because Fukushima exploded doesn't necessarily mean the brown seaweed is not cultivated somewhere else. You can also reverse engineer a lot of those things, or like relatives would have the same medicinal properties a lot of times. So you could, it might not necessarily be brown seaweed itself, but you could find alternatives to its species, like the plant species. Before the react. Okay. So things aren't caught when it's a simpler fix. I think people don't have enough checkups. Yeah, it is unfortunate. And but fictitious. We're not in Canada. People are actually, they do get regular checkups. The only thing is Enoch provided a counterexample to that. Mold poisoning is not part of the system. So like even if they got regular checkups, they would not see the interaction between mold poisoning. So like on the one hand, you and I are American, fictitious, so we tend to not get regular checkups, but I'm not sure if that's true for other countries that have universal healthcare. However, Enoch put a wrench in that too, because he's suggesting that the Canadian universal healthcare has no interaction or association with mold poisoning. So even if he used his universal healthcare to get regular checkups, it's not considered a possible form of interaction. Mold poisoning, that is. So it's so convoluted, but I'm trying to synthesize all the like problems or logic in all of this. It's a Pandora's box. Man, that's quite a Pandora's box. All spores may be breathed in or absorbed. I'm aware of that. Mold can also grow on food. Yes, for sure. All that information is, in my opinion, very educational. It doesn't provide substantial evidence nor strengthen the possibility that the mold is gone, but it triggered something in your system that persists to this day, and the mold is not there anymore. Like, that is a possibility, and I hope you know enough that I'll take your word for it that it's the mold. But I can tell you chronic things that are due to a parasite, like a mold growing in your stomach, requires upkeep. You assume a mold allergy. So the thing about the allergy is that there's something that the mold still exists. You're constantly suggesting alternatives that require that the mold is still in your system. So it would be awesome, but since you're Canadian and you're using negative things to prevent assertion of the truth, it's hard to know if the mold is still triggering, if it's still present to triggering the allergies. Sure, it can cause lots of things. Lots of things can cause lots of things. And by the way, you're expressing a chronic thing. It's not acute. And mycotoxins all those are acute symptoms. What you're describing is a chronic one. I mean, that's fair. Again, population statistics. I feel like you're just quoting Wikipedia and like Medline and stuff to me, but it's still population statistics. It has no bearing on actual circumstantial evidence to support or strengthen your theory. You have, I bet you have spent years furthering this singular hypothesis, and there's no possible way I will be able to synthesize all that information. Like, as a scientist, as someone who worked in molecular biology, I am absolutely aware that you probably know way more about mold poisoning than I can ever imagine. I don't, but that's irrelevant, in my opinion, to what I'm saying. You have no evidence. You are supporting it contextually, and that's fine. I accept that. No matter how much you continue to talk about mold poisoning, it is still contextually non-evidence to your, and I hope that it doesn't get worse, or I hope that like you're not barking up a red herring or something, because it kind of sounds like it. I got it, have not studied it since. Okay, that's fair. What can you eat though? So it's just fish, right? Somehow fish produces a reaction. Is it an ammonia reaction? I feel like often when it comes to regurgitation and nausea, it deals with a nitrogenous byproduct. And I'm not talking about the toxin anymore. The toxin is the toxin. That's fair. I don't think it's an acute response anyways. I don't think you're having an acute response. I still eat fish, but sometimes I can smell more. Yeah, I don't think that's an acute response, but yeah. You love salmon? So the thing you're describing is... The thing you're describing is something that people do experience already. Like, my sister already experienced that, but again, I can't wholeheartedly support that it has to be mold allergy. But yeah, it often ammonia is enough to elicit what you're describing, like the symptomatic thing. But I guess that's good. I mean, sounds like you're not, the allergy is subsiding. You're sensitive to, okay, I mean, that's fair. There's quite a lot of people, I mean, there are quite a lot of moldless people that are that too. I feel like statistically people don't really like, are quite sensitive to mold and mildew smells. I guess I have consumed mold before by accident, but not black mold apparently. I mean, I'm interested in this characterization of black mold, but the other stuff, I'm just confused. I'm just genuinely confused. Logic does not help me out here. Emotional sentimentalism helps me out here though. I'm sorry that you're experiencing this. It's the best I've got for that. Oh hey. Wait. What? Wait, did I do this exhibit already? Oh, I already did this exhibit. I just used the... Oh, I was just trying to do something different, right? I'm pretty sure I did. Where's the mailbox at? Exceptionalism. Exceptionalism, Enoch. It's still... I would be more inclined to feel that your self-study resulted in some firm understanding when you tell me what it is not, but related, rather than constantly bombard and increase a persuasive piece on what you think it is. I clearly know, irregardless of what I say or what I'm trying to ask, you believe it's black mold. Like, I have no questions about that. I believe you. I believe you believe it's black mold. Yeah, that's a whataboutism. It's still irrelevant whether if black mold is, but yes, that's unfortunate that the third leading cause of Canadian death is medical malpractice. I'm not sure how those are even comparable on the same list. But alright. Your healthcare, that's fair. I can, if it's the third leading malpractice, if medical malpractice is that seems reasonable. It's not logical, but it's reasonable. I can think of a lot of exceptions where the third leading cause of medical malpractice, probably the majority context, is probably because you're the patient. Your type is the majority of patients. Like, what if you're the majority patient? I could see a counter argument for why that is the case. It might not be alluding to what you think it's alluding to. But I'm not a Canadian either, and I don't have enough knowledge to know. But I can know that it's a possibility that it's not what you think. Like, medical malpractice led to a death that was at the responsibility. The statistics does not tell who is responsible. For example, heart disease does not tell what led to the death caused by that heart disease. It's a statistic that can be interpreted. So your interpretation is the healthcare system is unreliable because of medical malpractice. That's fair. That's a very one-to-one direct interpretation of it. I find that very rational. It's great. It's fine. I have no qualms with that. For sure. Absolutely. It is still an interpretation of a statistic, and you are using it to back your case. You aren't using it to challenge your notion. With limited on the error, I don't think you're erring on the side of caution. Actually, that I would challenge you. I don't think you err on the side of caution. You immediately thought it was black mold, for example, and that's what you went with. That's not erring on the side of caution, in my opinion. That's erring on the side of principle. Principles lead to all or none decisions. You thought it was a weed? Fair enough. And you stopped the weed. That illustrates my point. You thought it was a weed and you just stopped. It was the weed. So it still illustrates my point. That you err on the side of what is contextually understandable to you. You test things because you believe they are to be true right away. I don't disagree with that at all. You test what you can, for sure. Like, that seems very reasonable. Is that a cautionary way of approach? I would probably disagree with you regarding that. He suggested it might be the mold? Okay. So somehow you just refuse to... is this the Canadian doctor or the European doctor? Because you're making a circumstantial evidence here. So I'm guessing this is the European doctor who said it might be the mold. Okay. So since the European doctor said it might be the mold, you think it's the mold. So you're erring on the side of caution on the opinion of a doctor, on a singular doctor, that somehow the Canadian government doesn't recognize. So there's no superstition or no possible questionability that it's not the black mold. I mean, you shouldn't name names on... Sorry. Like, I'm sorry. Let's just not mention names. Don't mention names. It's fine. I don't really... It doesn't really matter about... I mean, you did research after, but it sounds like you did research to confirm your suspicions, not to challenge them. Right? I feel like the only thing you've shared with me confirms your suspicions the entire time. Not to challenge them. Caution is when you challenge them, in my opinion. It includes both. Like, you have to convince yourself it is something, it's not something else. There's a super high chance that it's something else than the thing you're thinking. That's, to me, is erring on the side of caution. If the research also fits the symptoms, it's a coincidence first. Until it's not. So, but if it's a coincidence, that's how I would suggest it. If I am smart and someone tells me I'm smart, it is still a coincidence until I prove that I am not stupid. Or at least try really hard to prove that I'm not smart. If I fail to prove that I am not smart, then it's still likely that I am smart. But it's coincidences are still coincidences as well. So that's just how I feel about it. I'm not I'm not gonna convince you to change. I'm sorry. I might be suggesting that you should change the way you think or anything. I'm just making observations about the way you present arguments. That you're using Occam's razor and I'm not. That's the danger of Occam's razor. One of the biggest dangers of Occam's razor is trying to understand emergent properties using Occam's razor. I should know, I mean, like, it kind of destroyed my thesis. When I was working on my PhD, it destroyed my thesis. It turned out alright, but it definitely, yeah. Occam's razor is very dangerous with emergent properties. Emergent properties is like the antithesis of Occam's razor. In science, we want to treat it, we want to simplify a system so that we can understand it. I get it. It's necessary. In health and in biology, it becomes less relevant because you're not controlling the variables. You're just selectively, in my opinion, you're selectively choosing which variables to look at. And generally speaking, refuting your hypothesis, null hypothesis testing, strengthens it by using Occam's razor to test any other variables that isn't the variable you think it's the situation. I'm not saying it's easy either. It's actually terribly complicated and hard, and I prefer that Occam's razor is applicable to health concerns all the time. Like, I wish it was that simple. In the absence of any contradicting information, it is not like I am considering a dangerous treatment due to my possible bias. That's fair. I didn't suggest you were. In fact, I explicitly expressed that optimism about hopefully that the thing you're focused on and hyper-focusing on that's marring your lifestyle choices and shaping the way you trust the Canadian medical system isn't hampering a future lifestyle choices. I did not imply in any way that had anything to do with your actions following it. It was just the possibility of it affecting yours. Like, you have limited trust. This whole spiral, I mean, heck, this whole ordeal and logical reasoning might just come from your distrust of the Canadian health system. That would be not surprising to me, actually. Like, the possibilities, all the logic, how you came to conclusion might actually spawn directly from your distrust. I don't care, like, it's irrelevant what other people you're deflecting. You're what other people say. I only care and concern about your distrust of the Canadian system affecting your decision. I'm not saying they're not valid. I'm making no commentary on whether it's true or not. My concern is for your approach and how it's affecting you. That's all. Or that's not all. That's like the tip of the iceberg, but if you are paranoid and people are after you, okay. Although by not checking further information, perhaps it goes unchecked. Yeah, that's the only concern, right? I don't experience paranoia the same way that you're using that. Is probably where you're going. I'm not experiencing paranoia the same way. I feel like that's if you're suggesting that it makes you paranoid, that's fine. If they are incompetent and the third leading cause of death is malpractice, same logic. Coincidence or evidence? It's even more, that's not even close. It's not even evidence, nor is it even a coincidence. Now, I mean, the statistic that you cited is evidence, or it's a fact. They being incompetent is your opinion. And your opinion is coincidental with the fact that death is malpractice. No, I'm not even saying that either. I'm just saying the way you're interpreting it, I get it. I get your interpretation. I don't see it that way. That's all. It doesn't even matter if it's valid or not. And I actually said it's valid. The death percentage is a fact. Your opinion that they are incompetent is coincidence. It coincides with the malpractice negligence. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Do I believe that the fact that death is the third leading cause suggests they are incompetent? I do not know. But I know for sure it isn't just that they're incompetent. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So you can believe for sure. I'm not here to convince you. Think they are overworked, to be fair? I would totally agree with that. Honestly, that would be my most fervent opinion. That they are way overworked. I think most of the medical system, low demand, low reward, high variance, low R&D, extreme unpredictable results. And their target, which are patients, just adds to it exacerbates the health system. And I'm not even talking about Canada here. The US system is privateered, right? The US system is largely privateered. They're pro-profit, you get what you pay for kind of thing, but you get what you pay for. You can pay a lot to get a lot. But even then, they are still over demand and over, like, in short supply and whatnot. So no doubt about it. I totally agree with that opinion. My opinion is very similar when it comes to the healthcare system, universally, independent of countries. Sure. I don't know how that works, but I guess there's a mutual clause between Canada and American registered nurses. There's a stipulation on it, their qualifications. But maybe Canada and the United States have a reciprocal clause on citizenship. I'm guessing your stealing is euphemism for like attracting better work environments or whatever, like what have you, just overall better opportunities. Stealing would be stealing is an interesting word. It means you actually own, a country can own people. That's a interesting remark. I stopped using something like that, but a lot of my fellow like citizens in the United States view it that way too, where a country can own a person. And it's very true because the United States, capitalism, right? And it's very reasonable for people to have that perspective. I don't typically, since does that mean does that mean that the United States stole my parents and made me stolen property, for example? I'm old, so I use words from my experiences. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think you have to explain that part. I think I'm pretty well aware of it. It's very interesting though. Like it's a word that I haven't used when in regards to people a while ago, but most of my friends do. Oh no, I could. It's interesting to be respectful of one's country, but yeah, I have. It's weird. That one is weird too. Like which country am I more respectful of, I suppose. But yeah, the nurse, right? I get it. It's probably the opportunity thing for sure. It is a misnomer though, in my opinion, about opportunities. But hopefully those nurses end up getting what they desire. I feel like a lot of times immigration comes with statistics, and that statistics came by spread of word of mouth, and then it turns out the reality was far more emergent and complicated. Like science is a good one. Since I worked at a university that had many internationals, it just turned out not how they imagined, right? Because statistics is not enough to dictate the emergent properties. Am I going about this? I feel like I'm going about this the same way. It's definitely vertical. I should have stopped this like an hour ago. I told myself that I shouldn't go too long on this puzzle game, because then I start repeating myself. We got one snowman today. We got one snowman today, so that's pretty alright. Although I think there are lots of snowmen, like tons of snowmen, so I'm in trouble. Okay. It's like half the game. Half the game is getting the snowmen. You're not working right now, are you? Ina? Okay. So I can push. But I can only push here. Am I trying to create a raft? I might be trying to create a raft. But I could shorten the roll. What happens if I shorten the roll? Like here. It allows me to shift up. And now I'm stuck. Okay. So this roll. Okay, I shoved twice. Stop stretching. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. I don't want, you know, as long as I like to remind, I genuinely want to make, I'm very invested in reminding people that their time can be reprioritized if I'm distracting them from something. Because there are plenty of opportunities to, continue discussing stuff. Oh yeah, that's fair. I generally say things like, do not feel obligated. Because I have a pretty solid track record in resuming conversations at a much later time. At least I feel like I'm pretty solid with that. Yeah. Genuinely, the harder I challenge is the more is my indirect way of, in my opinion, indirect way of showing my concern or how I become invested. I don't think I would challenge, and I don't challenge things because I don't care, if you know what I mean. The more vigorously I'm challenging is my indirect way of showing that I'm invested, I guess. It's a cold investment. I don't have warm investment. I'm not a very warm person. My biology would suggest otherwise. Yeah. That's how I interpret it as well. If you're vigorously sharing and whatnot, despite my demeanor, if you vigorously share things even despite my demeanor, that just illustrates that we're on the same wavelength when it comes to investment, right? Yes, you just shrug. Your shrug's like, yeah, whatever, okay. That's you're not gonna get that out of me too many times. I do it either right away or don't. That is I can tell you that I have many rants about what you just said. That you didn't. I can't tell you how not common that is. That's like a negative way. How much more common that is. I mean, how not common. There's no. I can't think of a reasonable way to phrase this, but how when someone's seeking affirmation, they ask a question, but they simply want to hear what they wanted to hear. If they don't respond. That's kind of like one of the internet traits, one of the ideas of influence. And if I'm not going to say that I don't do that intentionally, but I think I tend to gravitate towards telling people what they want to hear, provided that I'm not enabling something that I disagree with, I guess, sometimes. So I wouldn't tell someone who wants to do something self-harming that's what they want to hear. However, I would give them something that they want to hear, but it might be a little bit influential in that type of dire situation. That was an extreme situation, but it's a situation I'm very familiar with. I know it sounds... that might sound a little weird, but I put myself in situations like that, so it's more common to me, where when someone is really harming themselves, psychologically or physically, and I spend a lot of time just figuring ways of enabling someone, but enabling it in a way that I do feel it's called it is manipulation in a way, but in a way that I would like to think that I'm helping the person. But a lot of times on the internet, people are just looking for affirmation. So when they ask you, they're soliciting your opinion, they simply want to hear their opinion reflected back to them. And if it doesn't, then they won't respond. They'll just move along. So valuing an opinion that you solicit is almost like if I had to internet meme the Twitch streamer experience, is that the Twitch streamer, oh yeah, and there's arrogance on the Twitch streamer side as well. It's like when a streamer asks a question, they're only looking for the answer they already know. And when a viewer solicits an opinion, they are simply trying to strengthen their own opinion by finding someone that agrees with them. That's typically what the trend could change. I'm telling you, this behavioral trend could completely be redefined in a matter of months or even days when an influencer raises a stink or something. But for now, the trend is that that's just it. That's how popular influencers work. They tell you what you want to hear. You're asking them to tell you what you want to hear. And if those align, that's what makes influencers powerful. It's what makes them trending. It's how you stay popular and relevant. You represent the popular opinion. And unfortunately, that's the trend for me. Like, it's a trend now. So for me, very, very unpopular. Most definitely, exceptionally unpopular. Well, positivity is the trend. So like, being positive is an affirmation of what people expect from a streamer. So when a Twitch viewer comes in, the opinion that they're looking for is their opinion, but it's also their opinion of what the Twitch streamer should respond. And if those line up and it represents the majority trend, then you're a trending content creator. It is how it's an oversimplification, way oversimplified, but it's kind of like you want to compromise in between, occasionally disrupt the opinion flow to show your own branding, like your own identity as a personality. But generally speaking, it's within a consistency feedback of agreeability. And the community and the influencer has a foundation of 80% agreeability and 20% of like disturbance that creates like change and maturity, not the other way around. I'm generally in a disagreement with trends at the moment, but one day, maybe in a year or two, I could be a trending personality, and then I could choose to change, right? If I wanted to make streaming a living, I could choose to condition myself to take advantage of this observation. But instead, I'm going to see if the internet ever trends to my side of things, right? If it happens, it happens. It'll be kind of funny. It'll be like, I would be like 5 years ahead of the game or something, But it's how it works. To be honest, most people only want to bring in more. Yeah, no. Well, so that statement, I'm gonna address. I'm gonna phrase that statement in the way I interpret it, just to demonstrate how I'm phrasing it. Most Twitch streamers are behaving positively or expressing positivity because the trend of people seeking positivity represents the majority of the people. So therefore, when they act positive, they are more likely to encounter like-minded people because both ends the majority of people share positivity on the internet. Is how I feel about it. I do not fit in well. I don't either. Like, not even close. I mean, what's factual? What's factual about someone who doesn't fit with a majority, spending over 3 years streaming and only catering to very specific people who are neither positive nor negative exclusively? That's facts. That's the truth. I'm not saying it's a crutch. I'm not complaining. It's a fact. If you spend 3 years expressing a certain thing and you do not trend, it's likely not the trend, right? You know what I mean? Like, so that's how I present it. And I'm trying to present it with reasonable, relatable logic so that individuals don't get confused that there's a difference between complaining about something and not. Complaining often involves not having the full picture of the reality. I have already accepted that I don't want to be Mr. Positivity. But who knows? In the future, being negative might be cool, you know? Like, there was a time when being Asian was not cool. I'm just saying. Especially on an American platform. You know, like, being Asian was, like, not the norm. You're weird. You're a novelty act, right? So there are a lot of things that aren't cool back then that I didn't have to change to make it acceptable. I mean, even my parents didn't find it acceptable for Asians to be like content creators and stuff. So it's not a bad or good thing. It's just what the norm was, right? I'm also my biggest opponents would be like, you can't just accept norms because it is what it is. Like, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Like, but I'm not, it's not going to affect the way I approach it, right? But I'm all the power to the people who feel like they need to normalize things that they believe are right and wrong. That's great. I'm probably not going to get in your way, but I'm probably not going to help you either. Not, at least not intentionally. So, like, should people have deeply opinionated things as influencers? I think so. But I'm not going to, like, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to tell people that that's what they should be, because that's against what I want to do. It was nice to me when I was just, so I did not have a, oh, okay. Yeah, pragmatism is big. My parents still don't get the point. Dude, when I took up Taekwondo in college, my parents were my parents were not the most ecstatic when I was doing Taekwondo in college. He offered to pay. Oh, interesting. Opportunities, you know? Opportunities. Son of a... Okay, once I finish this, I'm gonna play Battlegrounds, because... Boy, today... was a good chat. I just realized that clock, for the longest time, I thought that clock had an X on its face, but I realized that's just the hour hands and second hand and minute hand. Your best friends were Koreans? Oh, interesting. His son took over and he gave me some. Yo, that sounds so wholesome. My folks and I haven't ever watched anything together. That's pretty wholesome. Hmm. No. Oh no, not again. Come on. Oh, I just put it back to where it was. I see. Maybe. Hmm. We both had agents. Okay. I still admire the deep culture as an agent in the. Fair enough. How do I? Okay, I'm looking for a way to get this Papega. Oh, wait. Wait. Hold. Just kidding. I gotta free this log. In what way? Hmm. Puzzle games always hurt your head. You could play puzzle games that have a smooth curve, like a super smooth curve. It could hurt your head a little bit less. Yeah, those are some classics. Uh, there was a game I played way back. It was about the Tokugawa shogunate. It was a conflict between East and West, but I don't remember what the name of the game was. It was alright. It was published by Sega, I think. It might have been a Toei actually game. A Toei game. I don't even know how to pronounce that too well. Toei? Yeah. I like the guys with high integrity. That's fair. It does sound like you resonate well with that type of game. Koei, sorry, Koei, yeah. My bad. Koei. Koei Tecmo. Koei Tecmo is who I'm thinking of. And then I somehow truncated the two of them together. Yeah. Yeah. Koei Tecmo. The two. They put out a lot of those. Like original, like some of the older ones. Oof. There was one I played on the Sega. I forgot what it's called, but it just more or less it's a romance. It's the Romance of Three Kingdoms, generally speaking. Like it's that structure. Nowadays it's Paradox. If you're into those types of games, Paradox Publishing is all about that type of game. Their main forefront games, although they're mostly Western ones, they're not like Asian publishers, but that like that style of history and stuff But yes, if it's Asian, it's definitely Koei. Still. But Paradox does a lot of Western ones, like feudal like Western, European stuff with the same type of thing. Mazuku is really into it. Okay, what I'm seeing. Theme. I can't stop it from rolling off. Okay, let's try this one again. So we can stop it. We can choose to stop it here. That's terrible. We can choose to stop it here. That's mildly okay. That's horrible. Okay. That's neutral. Okay, so we shifted. Okay. So what do we gain from this? How do I... Okay. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see a horizontal solution. Vertical. Wow. I'm gonna... Is that like a mechanic? I don't remember much of either of those games. Is integrity a resource in the game? Oh, I see. Maybe... No. How many other permutations can there be? Papega? Nope. Ugh. Come on. Think. Think. Actually, maybe I'm going about this. Where am I dropping this? I still feel like I'm... Yeah, okay. How can I slide? It clearly doesn't. Can I slide? No. Can I roll? No, I can't. Okay. Oh, I see. It does sound like you really like the game. I haven't played one of those games in a while. There's a game I want to play lately. It's called Airborne Kingdom. It's a city builder. Is it it's not relatably like the game you're talking about though. Oh, wait, hold. Oh no. 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 You play Total War sometimes, I see. Okay. Well, if you're talking about that subgenre of game, like that type of game, it's like games like Crusader Kings, but the context is different. So, yeah, I would still agree. I mean, they re-release those games on Steam. They re-release those games, or at least a modern iteration of them. Is how I'm aware of them at the moment. Other than that, yeah, none of the ones that use that context. The Blood Brother and stuff is a mechanic that is repeated in other games, but not in that context. So that specific context might be the thing that you're looking for. They were DOS games? Oh, they were DOS games? I don't know about that. I'm not sure if they were DOS games. The ones that are currently running are just updated for the modern things, so it's all good. Oh, I see. That is definitely before my time. That is most definitely before my time. Floppy disks weren't before my time, but the other thing was. Wait, what period is that? Oh no. Yeah, it's before my time. My first exposure was when I was 5. So that was 30 years ago. It's at the beginning of my time though, when it came to games. My gaming, my formal digital gaming / like PC, desktop related things started 30 years ago. Pretty close though. Wait, no! Wait, oh wait. We're fine. Nice. A very angry clock. Most human clocks seem fairly docile. However, this subspecies has a nasty temper. The clock here expresses outrage by hammering its bell. shaped horns repeatedly until it is soothed using a patting motion. It is most furious around 7 a.m. Dude, the humor in this game is amazing. Love it. Okay. Alright. We'll take a break from this. We'll play some Battlegrounds before the evening is over. Man, I am not getting these quick. Look at this. I don't even know how to get in here. Choppy. The chop. It's monstrous humor, indeed. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, chuckle, chuckle. Alright. We'll try to get some quick progress in the coming days. But for now, we're gonna switch over to some casual things. Power Monger. I'm not familiar with that one. Contemporary game? Right.